মিউট তোলো। হ্যালো হ্যালো, পাচ্ছ? হ্যালো হ্যালো, চেক চেক, হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো। না, মাইক পাচ্ছ তো? হ্যাঁ, তাহলে সবগুলোই পাবে। আচ্ছা, তুমি তুমি ধরো, আমি না না, কিন্তু ধরবে না। হ্যাঁ, তো সবগুলো একবার বলছি, একবার দেখে নাও। ঠিক আছে, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। দাঁড়াও, একটা কাটি। চেক চেক, হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো, পাচ্ছ? হ্যাঁ বলবে খালি। হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো, ঠিক আছে। আচ্ছা, পরেরটা যাচ্ছি। হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো, ঠিক আছে, ওকে।
That's okay. I'm not used. Check. Check. Guys. Yeah, Nilesh, very good morning. Yeah, from the whole batch.
হ্যালো, হ্যালো, হ্যালো।
ঠিক, ঠিক, ঠিক। হ্যালো, হ্যালো।
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dignitaries from RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, esteemed faculty, and the promising minds of International Management Institute, Kolkata. I, Dishari Adak, along with my co-host Ryan Kyle, stand before you with great excitement and pride as we embark on a momentous journey, a journey that encapsulates the spirit of learning and growth. Today, we gather here at IMI Kolkata to inaugurate a pivotal event, the Business Conclave of 2023, Reimagining Business Ideas in Disruptive Times. The Business Conclave is a part of IMI Kolkata's Knowledge Series initiative, IMI Insight, that brings together leading thinkers and industry leaders who deliver their expert overviews on contemporary subjects. We are extremely happy to express our gratitude to PCBL for powering and mentoring the IMI Kolkata Insight series.
The purpose of this event is monumental and transformative. It has been designed to serve as a cubicle of ideas, an incubator of insights, and a catalyst for connection. Our aim is to foster an environment of intellectual exchange where our esteemed guests, accomplished industry leaders, and our bright students can converge to deliberate, discuss, and dissect the current trends and future prospects of the business world. We are honored to be graced by the presence of eminent guests, visionaries, and trailblazers in their respective domains. Their vast experience, expertise, and accomplishments serve as a guiding light for our aspiring managers. We welcome them with open hearts and eager minds for their wisdom and insights that will undoubtedly shape the discourse of this conclave and fuel the flames of ambition in each one of us.
As we delve into the engaging sessions and riveting discussions that lie ahead, let us embrace the opportunity to broaden our horizons, to question preconceived notions, and to inspire innovative thinking, so that at the end of this day, when we ask questions like, how will the knowledge exchanged here resonate in the corridors of our careers? How will it echo in the boardrooms of tomorrow? We will have all the answers. On behalf of IMI Kolkata, I extend my warmest welcome to our distinguished guests. May I now take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mr. Kaushik Roy, Managing Director, PCBL, and Management Board Member, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Mr. Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, President, Corporate HR, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, and Professor Dr. Mohua Banerjee, Director, IMI Kolkata. Let's have a huge round of applause for their presence here today. Now I'd like to call upon stage Karamveer to extend our heartiest welcome with a bouquet of flowers to Mr. Kaushik Roy. Next, I'd like to invite on stage Tia Shah to extend a floral welcome to Mr. Sabyasachi Bhattacharya.
Finally, I would like to call upon on stage Moitro to present the bouquet of flowers to Professor Banerjee. It is an honor to introduce our esteemed dignitaries who have graced this event with their presence. Their wisdom, guidance, and experience are the beacons that light our path in the journey of this conclave. The lighting of the lamp is not only a ceremonial act, but also a representation of knowledge, dispelling ignorance and darkness. It signifies our collective efforts towards progress, unity, and enlightenment.
With utmost reverence and humility, I kindly request Mr. Kaushik Roy, Mr. Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, and Professor Banerjee to do us the honor of lighting the lamp, thereby inaugurating this event and setting us on a path of light and knowledge. I would also request Mr. Amit Ghosh, Head Executive Education, Career Services and Alumni Relations, IMI, and Ms. Deboshri Datta, Head Corporate Relations, Placements and Alumni Relations, IMI Kolkata, to join us on stage for lighting the lamp. It is a privilege to introduce Mr. Shobboshachi Bhattacharya, President, Corporate HR at RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. He commenced his career at Reckitt and Coleman, now Reckitt Benckiser, post his B-School journey, where he spent 5 impactful years training individuals nationwide on leadership and total quality. Over the span of 30 years, Mr. Bhattacharya has held significant positions and made lasting contributions in the HR domain. From Sherwin-Williams, the leading paints company in the US, to Hutch, Coates, and Berger, he has held pivotal HR roles. Notably, his position as Asia Director at Sherwin-Williams showcased his global outlook and strategic acumen. As Chief HR and IT and President PCBL, his leadership extended beyond HR, encompassing sales and marketing responsibilities for global rubber blacks at PCBL. Mr. Bhattacharya is also a certified executive and CEO coach and EQI trainer. We extend a hearty welcome to Mr. Bhattacharya, a true example of professionalism, versatility, and passion. Your presence adds immense value to this gathering, and we eagerly await your insights and experiences. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Shobboshachi Bhattacharya with a huge round of applause. The stage is all yours. Request you to deliver the welcome address for today. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me add my warm welcome to all of you. Although the warmth is from the heart, the weather is not so warm. But it's good to see so many of you in spite of the inclement weather. The series of the Insight knowledge series that IMI has been holding has been something which we are very proud of. It's culminating with this Insight knowledge series today with the Conclave, but we have been having similar Insight programs over the last 2 months. The idea was basically to actually get industry stalwarts to come and talk to us. And that's how the whole thought germinated, and we embarked on this journey. Of course, the Conclave itself is the flagship event, of course, for the year, but it does not end here. So we will continue with our Insight series for the next year, the fireside chats. But the theme of this year is very apt. The theme of reimagining business in disruptive times is very well chosen, because the times are disruptive. We went through a period which caused a lot of disruption in the businesses. But I have a slightly different take on this one. I think humankind has always lived through disruption. If you go back to your parents and talk to them, or even go back farther, I think humankind has passed through disruptions in terms of technology. It started way back with the Industrial Revolution. The humankind has faced other pandemics also. This pandemic was, of course, of a different scale and nature, but I think disruption has been part of our growth journey in this planet. What is important is how humankind has responded to this disruption. And I think down the ages, not only business leaders, but leaders from different fields have responded differently. And that's why the planet is where it is today. We are on the cusp of the next big wave. We are talking about digitalization. We are talking about sustainability. We are much more concerned about the planet than what we used to be in the past. But during this last disruption of the pandemic, I think all the business leaders and all the other leaders from different fields have responded well. And that's the reason we thought of having the Insight series, where we invited leaders from various fields. And today you have got stalwarts talking to you. You will have the keynote speaker, Mr. Kaushik Roy. It's a business which he leads, went through the most challenging disruption actually at that point of time. There was a time when, and I was privy to it because I was working with him at that point of time. And there were times when we thought that we won't be able to get out of this, but then we bounced back, and that's what keeps the whole race going, I think, on this planet. You have leaders from the HR field, 3 of them who are going to talk to you. They are stalwarts, absolutely. They're leading large organizations. Quite a few of them have led different kinds of businesses, and we are thankful to them that they have accepted our invitation. We have got the digital summit. In the digital track, you have got stalwarts from AWS, from RPSG, and from the Aditya Birla Group, and they're outstanding people. I know quite a few of them I know personally, and I know the kind of work they have done. And then you have an interesting young entrepreneur who is going to talk about his entrepreneurship journey with Wow Momo, and that's an experience, because I knew that poor gentleman when he was just beginning his career, and the way he has evolved, it's an inspiring story. So with all these stalwarts talking to you, I sincerely hope that this will be an exciting experience. And let me welcome you and let you immerse yourself in the journey for the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone of this journey. It is with great pleasure that we introduce to you Mr. Kaushik Roy, Managing Director, PCBL Limited, and Management Board Member of the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. His journey of excellence began at PCBL in July 2013. In addition to his role at PCBL, Mr. Roy assumed the responsibility of Sector Head, Harrison's Malayalam Limited, from February 2015. His prior association with the Apollo Tyres Limited, where he held several leadership roles and served as a management board member, underscores his wealth of experience and depth of expertise. Mr. Roy is renowned for ushering in the new era of leadership at PCBL and is a true visionary in the corporate world. His dedication, experience, and dynamic leadership style makes him exceptional in the business landscape, and we are honored to have him with us here today. I would like to call Mr. Roy to give the keynote address on reimagining business ideas in disruptive times. Sir, please give him a round of applause.
So one correction before that. That's about Sabi. I call him Sabi. Full name is, of course, Sabasati Bhattacharya. Effective day before yesterday, he was introduced as Chief of HR of PCBL and President. But actually, effective day before yesterday, he's President of the Group HR for the entire RPC group. So, a very good morning, a little wet one though. And when I looked through the window in the morning, it reminded me of my school days. If it is raining very heavy, then, tell my parents today, let me enjoy the rainy day. But unfortunately, because of, then I remembered the face of Mohua and Sabi and their persuasive power. So I did not have any choice but pull myself out of bed, and I'm here with a lot of difficulty by 9:30. My my earnest request to Mohua is please next time onwards, do it little later for the sake of people like us. Can I have a just laugh? I have a bad throat. Unfortunately, I think I was scared of this program, and therefore yesterday afternoon I picked up a bad cold and throat is bad. So please forgive me if I'm not audible properly. I hope I'm audible for the backbenchers particularly. I was part of it in my school days. Don't worry. Now, when he was introducing, I was a little bit anxious and scared, to be honest, because it reminded me an incident which was possibly 15 years old story in Delhi, a similar event, another well-known institute, I'll not take the name for the sake of secrecy. And the MC, the speaker who was trying to introduce me, and I was a regular visitor to that campus as a guest lecturer. She was actually possibly trying to say that Mr. Roy does not really need an introduction. But what he ended up saying was, less said is better about Mr. Roy. And it truly happened. It actually happened. But, I put the blame on English language. It's a funny language. So I think it was a problem of English rather than anything else. So, today, first of all, congratulations to the entire team of IMI and Dr. Mohua Banerjee for organizing, for taking this kind of initiating, organizing this sort of events, which I think the first round is culminating today. And I'm sure there will be many more. These are the platforms we create for learning, for sharing knowledge, to know what's happening around us, to hear from business leaders, to hear from other fraternities, and enrich our knowledge. It is more about continuous learning. Now, before I talk about today's theme, which I'll definitely do, which is more about disruption and how do you look at business in a disruptive scenario, let me talk about three things, which personally I feel, or it was kind of indispensable to my mind, and which helped me as an individual, both professionally and personally. And these three thoughts, when I club it together, and if I pick up the first letter of each of these words which represent these thoughts, it turns out to be HBS. HBS. Now, I don't know how many of you know about HBS. What is the meaning of HBS? I know generally one thing will come to your mind automatically. What is that? Harvard Business School, right? But what it can be, I'm not talking about Harvard Business School, of course, standing here in IMI. So it is something else actually. I'll not dare to talk about HBS here, Mohua is here. So what it can be? Any idea, any guess? Anything? No? Okay, the H H, the first one, the H stands for humility. H stands for humility. And since most of your students, for the sake of you guys, I'm talking about this theme right now, you must be wondering that I'm going to be a fresh MBA another year or 2 years' time. Why should I be bothered about humility? Is that the first thing which comes to your mind when you contemplate your future? Possibly not. It is unlikely, quite unlikely. If I was in your position, possibly that would have been my feeling as well. But I'll say why I have started with humility. There's a reason behind it. All of you must have heard of Jim Collins. Jim Collins, right? The great American author and management guru and management consultant. At one point of time, he studied 11 major organizations, businesses in USA. Those organizations were doing consistently well over a period of 15 years. And he studied those organizations. He did his research on those organizations, that what was that secret in those organizations that they were able to perform consistently over a period of 15 years without any failure. And one thing came out, one single common factor came out, which is all these successful CEOs had one common thing among them, and that was humility in combination with strong iron will. Humility in combination with strong iron will. It sounds little paradoxical. On one side, we're talking about humility. On the other side, we're talking about strong will backed by self-confidence. But to my mind, honestly, humility has got no conflict with self-confidence. Humility actually makes us modest. It helps us to understand what we have achieved and what more is there to be achieved. Many more things are there. We have achieved, all of us have achieved something or the other in our life, but possibly there are many more things which we can achieve. So humility keeps us grounded. Humility keeps us modest and helps us to understand what's our true value, what's our true worth, what we have achieved so far, and what more can be achieved. In a professional situation, say for example, I lead a business. Sabi talked about it, PCBL, which has gone through a major transformation over a period of time. And it's a large business. And I was also involved in the past with other businesses in other organizations. And I found there were many good professionals, good engineers, scientists, HR professionals, chartered accountants, lawyers, techies, and many more. And I had the humility to accept the fact that each one of them knew more than me. I had the humility to accept the fact that each one of them knew more than me. That's the reality. The day I give a signal, the day I send out a signal that I am the head of the organization and therefore I know everything. Believe me, that day itself, this organization, PCB, will come. So I need to have that humility to make sure that I don't give out that kind of signal. So what's the role of people like me? As I see, my role is more like a conductor in a large orchestra where there are many musicians. Each one of them is extremely proficient with their own instruments. So I play the role of identifying and getting in the best musician in the world and making sure that they play in harmony as one team and co-create a magnificent symphony. Precisely that is the objective of mine. But that can only happen if I have enough. Now, it may sound a little abstract, It may sound, little from the high, I'm saying, but let me therefore say directly to all of you from business point of view. If you don't have humility, you don't listen to people. You stop listening. If you don't have humility, you stop listening. That's the reality. And the day you stop listening, you actually stop learning. The day you stop listening, you actually stop learning. And don't think for a moment that once your formal study, which is MBA in this case for all of you, is over, the learning is over. It is not. It is a lifelong thing. And particularly in this fast-paced, uncertain world, unless you continuously learn, it is impossible to stay ahead and keep yourself updated with what's happening around the world. It is impossible to fight it out in the competitive world. So this is why I am saying humility is important when I talk about HBS. That was the first learning, and it was one of the biggest learning during my professional journey. The second one, B. Can someone say what is the meaning of B? What does it mean? What does it signify? What it stands for? Any idea? B stands for brevity. B stands for brevity. And what really it means? You know, all business schools, they emphasize a lot. I'm sure here also in IMI, you do the same thing on communication. I got a different dimension of communication during COVID, which I'll talk about a little later. But important thing is not just about communication in good English. It is more about having effective communication. That's more important, where you can really connect with people. Effective communication. We are in an age where, we are flooded with information. You have got internet and there are so many apps. You have WhatsApp and Twitter and SMS, emails going around and whatnot. I am honestly not very familiar with all these things. Young generation, all of you must be more familiar than me on these things. So, there is no problem in having a communication. So much of communication going around across the world every day, every moment, because of the technology today. But it is very difficult or very hard to be heard. It's not that easy. If you want to be heard somewhere, it is not that easy. Because nobody has got time. Each one of us today, believe me, we get hundreds of mails and messages and WhatsApp and all. Number of times it so happens, because of paucity of time, we don't even open some of the mails. It's a reality of life. We selectively open some of them. So therefore, while on one side it is very easy to communicate today because we have got all these facilities, the technology is available on fingertips today because of this. I don't know, it's a great invention or what it is. Because of this, wherever you are in the world, you are connected. So staying connected is very easy. Communication is very easy, but extremely difficult to be hard. So it is important that your communication should be very, very precise, and you should be able to communicate your complex thoughts in short, in quick time. Because I'll tell you, in business context, what we face, and at times it is extremely, extremely frustrating. Before that, there is an example of brevity. All of you must have heard of author Ernest Hemingway, right? Ernest Hemingway, heard of? Yes, American author, very well known, very famous. He wrote a story, and it was less than 10 words. Less than, you heard rightly, it was less than 10 words. And it goes like this: for sale, baby shoes, never worn. For sale, baby shoes, never worn. It encapsulates possibly a very, very tragic story in just 6 words. That is an example of brevity, real brevity. Coming back to the business situation, every day all the managers like us, what we face, lengthy, clumsy discussions, analysis, no conclusion. More so for Indians, it is applicable because we are known as what? Argumentative Indians, right? So we believe in that. But does it help the cause in this so-called VUCA world? And you know what is the meaning of VUCA? But VUCA is now replaced with something else. Kaushik will be knowing better than me on that. But VUCA, all of you know, right? Volatile, ambiguous, uncertain, and so on. Complex. So in this world, unless you take decisions quickly, you will not be able to hit success. And therefore, it is important that we all remain very precise and to the point in our communication. And this is more so for the next generation. As you embark on your journey, I'm sure each one of you will script your own story of success. I wish you all very best for that. And during that journey, it is important that you keep in mind this concept of not abbreviation exactly, but more about being precise and to the point. And the last one, S, what it might be. Any idea? Strong. Anything else? Yes, all those are very, very relevant. And honestly, I'm talking about this HBS does not mean there are nothing more. There are many more attributes in professional worlds. If I start talking about them, then I think the whole day will be required. It is not really possible. So I just picked up 3. And that's about my story. And I felt these are important. So I'm sharing with you because you're all aspiring to get into the new world. In this case, S stands for self-awareness, self-knowledge, self-grooming. It is about self. You should know your value system. All of us started our childhood days with some, or rather grown up during our childhood days with some value system, which normally we call foundation value. For example, most of us say honesty is the best policy. Like we have grown up with this fact that honesty, sincerity. So these are kind of foundation values. But as we go along our life, there are a lot of learnings during life, during our life journey, and you keep on building on that, keep on building on that. So you build on that foundation values. But at no point of time you should lose your identity. That is extremely, extremely important. It is also important that you maintain a kind of congruence between who you are and what you do. That's very, very important. Never lose your identity. Because ultimately, you can definitely look at others, analyze them, look at their success, look at their failures, learn from that. Try to become a composite person instead of copying someone. You may have many, many role models. Pick up the good things from them. Pick up those things where they failed and you must learn from that. But try to come out as a composite leader. Create your own brand. In business situation, basically I'm talking about create your own brand, own identity as an organization, as a professional, and continue the journey of success. These 3 attributes which I talked about, HBS, in my personal life, I got benefited both in terms of business effectiveness as well as personal happiness. But that's my story. It is about my story. You are starting your new journey. You'll be scripting your new story. I'm sure you will be very, very successful in your area. Whatever experience I'm sharing with you today, if at any point of time, any of these things resonate with something you have in your mind or of any help to you in shaping up yourself as a human being or as a professional, honestly, I'll be gratified that the time I have taken from you today was well spent. So that's about HBS. That's about HBS. I'll now move on to the main theme of today. I hope I have not taken too much of time on SBS, but I thought it is important to share with the young ones. So therefore, it was meant for you, Prime. Now, talking about uncertainties, I think Sabi touched on this, that humanness has always gone through uncertainties. You look at last, for example, 300, 400, 500, or even earlier that, continuously one after another, whether it is pandemic or epidemic or war or natural calamities, something or the business issue, something or the kept on happening. Like every 100 years, almost we had one pandemic or other. We recently had COVID, but if you go back just 300-400 years back, we had what? Cholera once, plague, then Spanish flu. These three were major before COVID, and then we had COVID, the mother of all disruptions. But I'll not go back to 300, 400. It may be a little bit irrelevant for you because you have not seen, neither I have seen. So let me stay with the with the current situation, and let me just rewind a little bit, say 1 decade or a little more than that. What all disruptions we have seen? We have seen global economic crisis in 2008-9. I don't know how many of you are familiar. I'm sure you were in school that time or a small child possibly, right? But we had seen that. We started our journey and we spent by that time almost 15, 20 years as professionals. We had seen that and how difficult it was. 2008-9, it got triggered by failure of American banker Lehman Brothers. You must have heard this name, Lehman Brothers. So failure of Lehman Brothers triggered a global crisis eventually. And before that, another great crisis, economic crisis, happened in 1929. Again, it started in USA, triggered by another bank at that point of time, along with failure of crash of stock market and certain policies which were not accepted by public as a whole. So we had seen in 1929 and again 2008. The economic crisis triggered by banks. And very recently, we came very, very close to another kind of 2008-9 dive when there was a failure of real estate in China. What is the name of that company? It slips out of my Evergreen. So it was very close to declaring bankruptcy, and finally government of China intervened and saved the day for them. There's a bit of a warm water. I'm really having a bad throat. And so from economic crisis, let me talk about another one. Business disruption, what happened? All of you know about China, right? There's a huge, huge manufacturing powerhouse. And they started emerging in 1990s. That particular decade, they started emerging as a big force in manufacturing. And then kept on growing and growing. And what happened because of that? In many segments, for example, in steel, for example, in automobile, they are almost 40-50% of global capacity sitting in China today. Can we imagine one country is controlling 50% of the production for the world? So it became a factory for the globe. But what was the consequence? The manufacturing industries, many chemicals, another steel, chemicals, all these things, many manufacturing industries, many manufacturing segments across the globe, and especially the Americas, North and South America, and primarily in USA and Europe as a whole, they became inefficient over a period of time and they had to shut the shop. And slowly what happened? The disruption, what we had seen, unemployment started going up in USA and Europe. And the entire manufacturing base shifted from USA and Europe to Asia, led by China. initially. This was a major disruption during 90s. Early 90s it started and it continued in 2000 also. But even that journey, kind of China's journey also got disrupted in some way. And that happened during Olympic, Beijing Olympic, 4-5 years back it happened. I don't exactly remember the year. What happened by the time government of China realized that because of this, uncontrolled, literally uncontrolled increase of manufacturing activities without proper control on the pollution or environment management, they reached a situation where environment became a big issue before Olympic, and the government of China clamped down very heavily on some of the polluting manufacturing industries. They did not have any choice but to do that because there's a huge amount of pressure from the world leaders across the globe. And they had to, government of China had to curb a lot of manufacturing activities. So another round of disruption happened. And by the time Europe and USA particularly, they became so dependent on China for almost their daily needs. I don't know how many of you are familiar with, go to a supermarket in USA or in Europe, you'll find most of the items made in China. So by the time they had become so dependent on China, they faced a situation where they're not getting their daily needs, because China scaled down their manufacturing, which became even more prominent during COVID and China locked down. There was literally there was a crisis across the globe to get even toilet rolls. Can you imagine this? The dependence went up to that level that there was no choice. Another example of disruption. And in a way, it was good for us, because that was the time the idea came that we should, the many countries, they realized the dependence on one particular country for everything is not fair or not really desirable. And they started talking about China plus one strategy. So the people started looking at South Korea, they started looking at Thailand and also India. Now, South Korea, the cost of manufacturing is even more than US. Even I was not aware of this at one point of time, but when I studied it, a few years back, I realized that South Korean cost of manufacturing in most cases are higher than United States. So they are not really cost competitive. So the obvious other choice was India. And in India, we have biggest advantage is, our demography, where more than 50% age-wise it is less than 25 years. That's our biggest asset. So India has been taking a lot of initiatives, as you know. Coming back to disruption, because of this climate concern across the globe now, you have seen there are a lot of technological changes. I'll give one example to make you understand that. And this is what happens in disruption and how businesses bounce back. Electric vehicle, all of you are familiar by now. So why electric vehicle now? Because of the simple reason that there was an issue on climate, issue on pollution. So the world wanted to shift to electric vehicles, battery driven. Tesla is the example, and then there are many more, Toyotas, Hondas, nowadays Mahindra, Tata, everybody is into it. So the technology actually changed because of this reason. So how disruption changes business pattern, this is another example when all these EVs and other things started coming in place of ICE engine vehicles. There was another disruption recently, and all of you are aware of, I'm sure, that is shortage of semiconductor chips. There's huge shortage of semiconductor chips, which disrupted many consumers who use these chips. And these chips are used for example, in many electronics items like computer, mobiles, telephones, even in your car, etc. So many cases you will find you have to wait for 12 months for delivery of a vehicle. So those kind of things happen. And now slowly other countries are gearing up to manufacture more and more semiconductors so that the supply demand gap is taken care of. Let me come to the mother of all disruptions recent time what we have seen, which was COVID in 2019. Not a very happy memory, to be honest. And to my mind, that was the biggest human tragedy in recent times. And it had two dimensions. On one side, it was about lives and healthcare, and on the other side, it was about economy and livelihood. It devastated the entire mankind. But as I said, as Sabi was also mentioning, it is not the first time mankind has faced such kind of things. In past, we have seen this. In past, we have seen world wars. We have seen pandemic. We have seen economic crisis, conflicts between US and Iran, US and North Korea, trade war between US and China. So in a way, I will say, and honestly, I heard Mr. Dr. Kumar Mangalam Birla also saying this, that disruption and uncertainties are part of our life now. You have to take it into your stride, and it has to be business as usual. Don't even say that it is a disruption anymore. It's part of your journey. So be prepared at any point of time. You need to have that kind of flexibility, that kind of agility to face this kind of onslaught. Before I talk about response of PCBL as an organization during COVID time, it was quite interesting response from our side as a team. But before I talk about that, I think I missed out on one thing on the disruption side. I talked about the global issues, but in India, we have seen quite a few disruptions in recent times. 3-4 major ones, like demonetization events, right, a few years back. It disrupted all of us very badly. There was a motive behind that of Prime Minister Modi. Now, whether that got achieved or not, I'm not getting into that discussion. Let's leave there. But it disrupted the whole country very bad. Then there was GST implementation. Objective was to organize the economy, which possibly has happened now across the country, pan-India. We have got one common GST, right? Different slabs, of course, but uniform rules are applied today across the country. So GST implementation, but initial time, you might not be knowing, but businesses suffered a lot. We faced a lot of musing during this initial 2-3 years, but now more or less it is stabilized. Am I right? More or less now it is okay. Then we had seen NBFC crisis. What is NBFC? Non-banking, right? Non-banking financial corporations. And it was triggered by failure of IL&FS, a giant in this field. And they failed miserably and triggered a huge crisis in the area of NBFC. Then we had seen in India, Government of India brought in the act on insolvency and bankruptcy code for banks. Is a serious one. It's a serious one. So these are some of the disruptions. There were many more. I'm not even talking about that, but these are some of the things in India also which happened. Now, coming back to COVID. During COVID, there were some industries which were impacted very badly, like, say, aviation, because people stopped traveling completely, whether for holiday purpose or for business purpose. It got stopped completely. Hospitality business, which means hotels, etc., resorts, hotels, etc., they got very badly impacted. Right? Tourism, which is linked to obviously with hospitality and automotive. There was no need to travel, so sales of cars and vehicles and all came to a grinding halt. That was the reality. So these were some of the businesses. Every business got impacted, but these were severely impacted. They took years, 4, 5, 6 years to come out of it, and even today, some of them are not able to come out of it. The smaller ones actually have shut their shop permanently in this segments. And there were some cases where impacts were comparatively lower, or rather some of them actually made a lot of money, like pharma companies. They minted money during this time. So it was a very positive impact for them. So see the dichotomy, because of one reason, some industries got impacted so badly. On the other side, there were some industries who benefited out of it. Pharma is one of them. Telecom did well because that was the time this so-called virtual thing started, Zoom and whatnot. What is the other one? There are many more. Google Meet and Zoom and all those things started, and they made huge amount of money because that became the tool for communication for years together. It changed our life, right? FMCG and e-commerce, they did also very well. And this was the time actually the culture of buying your daily needs also changed. Many people after COVID, actually, they've stopped going to the store anymore. They have got used to daily buying. Just place the order on phone or through your some other device, computer, etc. So pattern has changed completely now. See, one disruption can change your pattern, your culture completely. Earlier, for every business meeting, we used to travel. Some of my colleagues are here from marketing side. For everything, they will say, I have to, sir, we have to go for a physical on the lighter side. Okay. But that's the reality. That and even on the other side, customer used to expect the same thing that these guys will come and discuss with us across the table. And we used to feel very comfortable about it. But today the travel has come down by 50% because half the things are done virtually. You have very strong system. There's Google Meet and Zoom, etc., etc. You don't need to. The culture has changed completely. Now, coming to PCBL. Now, at that point of time, PCBL, a little bit about PCBL, just for your information, we produce something called carbon black. A major application is tire. It's a black powder kind of thing. It may sound a little dirty, but let me tell you, it's not very dirty thing. It is black, but it is beautiful. Okay. Application-wise, it goes into many applications. It goes into tire, it goes into paint, it goes into plastic, ink, batteries, anything black you are wearing today, or the mobile you use, or a laptop you use, anything black, there's a bit of a carbon black in this. And any of you is coloring your hair, I don't know, don't need to declare it here, but in case you are doing, there is a bit of a carbon black in that also. May not be PCBL black, but there is some carbon black for sure. So it is multiple application, and therefore our tagline is touching lives in more ways than one. In our organization, we use the tagline, the touching lives in more ways than one, which is a reality. Now, during COVID time, we have now 5 plants across the country and 2 R&D centers, one in Baroda, outskirts of Baroda, one in Belgium, outskirts of Brussels. That point of time, we had 4 plants and these 2 R&D centers. We are the largest manufacturer and seller of carbon black in India and 7th largest globally. Almost 30% of our production goes out of the country. We serve Asia, we serve Europe, and to some extent USA because of the long distance, the cost of transportation goes up. So, and we did not have that much of capacity also, to be honest. That point of time, all the 4 plants were running very well. Our customers, all the big tire companies within India and outside India, you name it, were there. MRF, JK, Seat, Bridgestone, Goodyear, Apollo, Michelin, all of them were there. And then many other host of paint companies and all. Market was doing quite decently. We are growing very fast across the globe. As I speak, we have about 11 offices across the globe in different countries. Small offices, but across the globe we have 11 offices other than the R&D center. Everything was running perfect. And then this happened. And we were instructed by Government of India to shut it down immediately. Now, can you imagine the pain of people who are running the plant and all of us, entire leadership team, how much painful it was to shut down all those running plants. The business was literally booming. We are all over the world. We are on the path of our achieving our aspiration, and that was the time they said, stop it. And it was a grinding halt. Literally, we had tears in our eyes. That was the situation because we love our work. But that had to happen. There was no choice. So we had to shut all our factories at that point of time in one shot. It was very, very painful. You may not understand today because you have not got into that space. But when you become a professional, you will realize that you build something like, like your own child, like your own children, and you face a situation where you are told, stop it right now. And then you did not have any choice but to stop it. It was so painful. Nonetheless, we had to accept it. It was a reality. For the sake of larger interest, we had to do it. And, as I said, it was more of a human tragedy. Then we calibrated our response into 4 phases, divided that into 4 phases. The first phase, we named it, you can name it whatever way you want. The first phase was resolve. What does it mean really? What it meant was you should have the resolve to accept the reality. If this is what has happened today, this is a reality, we need to accept it gracefully, there is no other choice. Come to terms with the reality. Have the resolve that at some point of time we'll overcome this challenge, this disruption. It was mother of all disruptions, and we had the confidence that we'll bounce back, we'll overcome. And let me tell you, we have roughly about 2,000 workforce across India and some outside India also, as I mentioned. We divided the entire leadership team, all of us. We divided ourselves in 4 or 5 groups and kept on communicating continuously through video, of course, continuously with our team members who are located in different parts of India and the world. They were worried about their jobs. They were not sure what will happen to the future of the organization. They were worried about the relatives and themselves, the worry of losing someone near and dear one. So the biggest challenge for the management, senior management team, which is here today with all of you, was how to keep them motivated. And that was the time we realized how important and how powerful. We very casually say, communication is very important in business terms. But the power of communication we realized at that point of time. We kept on communicating with our employees across the world, continuous basis. We divided ourselves into 4 or 5 groups so that we can manage so that we can communicate with the entire 2,000 strong team. Kept on communicating and kept on extending support to ensure everybody is taken care of, whether it is on personal side or professional side. And we are really lucky, with God's grace. We lost one of our colleagues, but not more than that. And not a single employee was asked to leave the job, which happened with many companies during that point of time. I'm sure all of you know that. And also, I'll tell you one more thing, but I'll cover that in the next step. So this was about the resolve, and we responded like this: accept the reality and kept on communicating. And let me tell you also one more truth. Today, I'm acknowledging it in front of all of you. At that point of time, even I was not sure what will happen in future. Because this was the first time all of us faced that kind of situation. None of us were aware of what will happen. Even I was not aware. But I did not have, honestly, any choice but to show a very bold face that everything will be okay, don't worry. But I myself, from within, I was not aware of. I was equally worried what will happen to the organization. I was more worried about the employees. If the organization does not bounce back, how do we make sure they get the salary? How do they make sure their welfare is taken care of? That was the crippling thought in my mind at that point of time. I was finding it have difficulty in having sleep in the nights. Literally, I had sleepless nights. But as the general, as the captain of the team, I did not have any choice but to show a bold face. That was the only option I had, which I did. But as I said, with God's grace, we bounced back eventually. The second step was about, in that calibrated response, the second one was about resilience. Once you accept the reality, then you need to have the resilience to find out ways and means to sail through this difficult time and try and come back to normal as quickly as possible. It was more focused. So initial period for about a month or so, it was more about resolve. And then slowly we shifted to the next phase, which was about resilience, overcoming this challenge by looking at, cost management, by controlling cost, by ensuring other expenses, what we can reduce, so that we make some bit of money to ensure we take care of everybody's welfare. That was about resolve. And then came the third phase, which was about return to normal. That was the third phase. After a few months of starting of COVID, we started the journey of returning to normal. Bit by bit, all our factories opened. The sacrifice made by our factory people were amazing. They slept in the factory. Can you imagine this? They did not go back to their home for days together because there were many restrictions on the road for traveling. So they stayed in the factory, made sure the factories are maintained, and they kept running it after some time because restrictions were there for quite a bit of time, quite a long time. Slowly, bit by bit, we came back to normal. And I'm happy to announce, not for a single quarter, even during COVID, we made losses. Where all through PCBL was profitable, which was one of the rarest of the rare one in the whole world. And the last phase, reimagine. We did not want to stop just coming back to the normal. We wanted to chase our dream, the aspiration. We want to be the best in the globe in every respect. And the journey of reimagine started at the end of the difficult period of COVID, which is continuing till now. And as the first step, as I mentioned, we had 4 plants. Currently, we have got 5. Immediately after COVID, we started construction of a new plant in Chennai, which got commissioned just about a month back. Large, huge plant, state of the art. It has already come up. So the journey of aspiration, journey to chase our dream continues, journey to become the best in the world continues. So this is how we responded. The biggest thing we learned, some of the takeaways, you need to be extremely agile and flexible to face this kind of situation. And more we are seeing the life has become disruptive. And as I said, as Mr. Kumar Mangalam said, you have to take it as part of your life. Gone are those days where you plan for a whole year and sit comfortably. It does not work anymore. You have to keep your eyes and ears open continuously. You should know what's happening around the world and move fast and be flexible, be agile to ensure you keep changing your strategy to stay relevant in the current world. That was our response. I think government also responded in terms of supporting the society. Interest rates were reduced at that point of time. They injected a lot of liquidity. All those things happened. But immediately after COVID, as you know, India got advantage. They started putting in money, infrastructure, R&D, defense, and many more things will happen. So journey also continues for India, which is a good sign for all of you. If you are planning to stay back in India, of course, there is a world outside India as well. So in closing, few things I talked about on HBS. I talked about uncertainties. These are realities of life. Few values I talked about, which helped me as a professional as well as on the personal front. But as I said, it was my story. I'm sure you will script a very, very successful story for yourself. I wish you all very best for a great journey going ahead. Thank you so much. And thanks for this one. This was very helpful.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Roy for his enlightening speech, which artfully explored the virtues of humility, brevity, and self-knowledge, along with resilience and acceptance, and how disruptions have always helped us bring about innovation and a lot of bouncing back. So your words have left an indelible mark, inspiring us to embrace these qualities on our journey towards personal and professional growth. I would like to open the platform for the audience now. If you have any questions or thoughts, kindly raise your hand and we will connect you with Mr. Roy for an engaging discussion.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Pinak this side. Sir, so what are the strategies and policies that you believe have proven to be successful to become as a managing director and where you are today?
You know, here what I will say, there is no standard prescription. Which work for me may work for you, may not work for you. And there are a million ways to become successful, to be honest. I am no one to say which particular way is good for you. You have to find your own way based on your strength, your aspiration, your ability, and your emotional. One more thing I'll tell you, other than IQ, which is important definitely, but as you go along in life, as you grow, you will realize slowly at one point of time the emotional uh, EQ, emotional quotient is equally important. Rather, at one point of time, it is more important than IQ. IQ is definitely important. Certain amount, certain level of IQ is important. So therefore, I encourage all of you, particularly the young MBAs, all of you are here, and you will become young managers tomorrow, to also start working at some point of time on your EQs. Because as you grow, this will be a bigger tool for you to be more successful. So I'll not prescribe anything. It's not fair. You have to find your own ways, but there are million and millions of ways to be successful. Find your ways. All the best.
Hello, sir. My name is Ritayan Jana. And my question is to you that you have held several leadership roles at various companies throughout the years. And sir, they are from multiple sectors also. So, what are some of the points that you would like to suggest to us as future managers that we can imbibe in ourselves so that we can face disruptions and we can challenge them head on and overcome them?
See, other than what I talked about HBS, which is important, but also remember there is no alternative to hard work and commitment. Absolutely no shortcut to that. So that commitment and hard work is extremely important. And in a disruptive world where we live today, the important thing is extreme high agility, what is required. Extreme high agility and flexibility so that you can read the situation quickly. So stay connected with the situation around you. That's important. Knowing what's happening around you in the world is extremely important because based on that input, you can quickly change your strategy and you can take actions. So this is my suggestion that be aware of what's happening around you. Devise your action plan accordingly. Devise your strategy accordingly. Based on that strategy, define your action plans and make sure those actions are implemented with iron will. That's important. All the best.
Good morning, sir. This is Jaydeep this side. I hope I'm audible that side. Sir, I have a question. How do you balance short-term survival tactics with long-term strategic planning, especially during turbulent economic periods? Like as you said, motivating your staffs.
Sorry?
Sir, I was just asking, how do you balance short-term plannings, tactics with long-term strategic plannings during the turbulent periods like COVID-19? As you were explaining about like motivating your staffs, other than that.
See, two things. One is first you need to sell through the immediate situation and need to survive to stay afloat for future. If you don't sell through the current situation, you cannot survive for future. That's the most important thing. So whatever challenges you face in short term, you need to devise a clear strategy and action plan to take care of it, which I kind of explained during my address. So that's the first thing. But when you talk about long term, just now Sabi was telling me to share something with you guys that as an organization, PCBL Limited, earlier the full name was Philips Carbon Black Limited. I don't know whether all of you are aware of or not. Earlier it was Philips Carbon Black Limited. The very fact that in the name it was carbon black, that obvious connotation was that we are a carbon black manufacturing company, right? Carbon black company. But we had that aspiration to become a big player in the chemical space, not just carbon black. Carbon black is also chemical. It is based out of crude oil, so it is a chemical with carbon molecule. But we wanted to get into other molecules. For example, a molecule relating to pharma or relating to cosmetics. So we wanted to get into that, and that was the time we felt that it is important that we look for something else, and that's how Philips Carbon became PCBL Limited. Why we maintained PCBL? Because in short, Philips Carbon was called as PCBL in many countries across the world. So we also did not want to lose that brand value. So instead of bringing a new name, we debated among ourselves a lot. We said, let us stay with PCBL Limited, which is more aspirational, more futuristic. So this is an example of a long-term kind of strategy. And what I explained during COVID thing, what I talked about, that what we did as an organization, that was more of a short term to bring the organization back to normal. So that's how we did it.
Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. So, sir, my question is, how do you prioritize sustainability and corporate social responsibility in your company in this disruptive time?
Very interesting question, and to be honest, it is very, very important as well. There are two things, a number of times we mix up ESG with sustainability. ESG is more of a framework: environment, social, and governance. Three things, three pillars it has got. But when you talk about sustainability, it's little broader. There is another parameter which comes in, which is economic sustainability also. In a business, if you are not economically viable, you cannot sustain your business. So you have to maintain a balance between environment, societal commitments, governance, and also economic viability. So as an organization, we started this journey a few years back, about 6 years back now, roughly. Before that, honestly, there was very limited initiative, but now as an organization, we are much more focused on all these three verticals, E, S, and G, and of course, economic vertical. So that as an organization, we remain relevant, we remain sustainable. But we have started the journey with all sincerity, and we are looking at all these three aspects very, very seriously.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Kalpande. So my question is, what are the challenges you faced while implementing large-scale changes to HR?
Well, I will request my colleague Sabosati to give this answer. Now, he just became day before yesterday president of the group. It's not fair on my part, so overrule him in this. So I'll request Sammy to do that.
So, so again, I will go back to what he said. It's if you have the vision and you know what you want to change, and you are determined that I have to change that because for the need of the business, you will step into even a large scale change with that determination. For example, he's talking about PCBL. If you step back 10, 12 years ago, this organization, when we stepped in as the leaders of the organization, it was a very unique experience. And I will share some of the numbers of the changes that we brought about in human resources. So we had, Mr. Roy mentioned that we are a chemical company, and therefore you will understand and appreciate it's a technological company. It's driven by technology. When we stepped in, we realized that we have an organization where the technology to non-technology ratio of human resources was 1:3. So we had one technology guy vis-a-vis 3 non-technological guys. And that's how the business was being run. And the organization was getting older. So the average age in the demography was almost 48 years, 49 years. And then we are talking about long-term initiatives, and we were wondering where is the resource capability to actually implement those long-term vision that we have. And we started that journey of changing the demographic. Okay, there's a definite plan, definite steps that we took. It's a long story. It's a very interesting story. You will hear that story from IMI because they're doing a story on PCBL, a case study. Professor Rituparna and and Mohua and all are anchoring that, and you will get that case study on it's an Harvard case study that you will get. But today, the same organization has a ratio of 3:1. So 3 technological guys against 1 non-technological guy. And we took time to change that demography. The average age today is around 32. So don't look at us. So, but that's how we change the demography. And series of initiatives that we did with all these young technology people that we got in, we really invested on them. IMI has been a partner for that. We took our engineers to a comprehensive management program over a period of almost 16 months. And today we have got some of those young guys who joined us in 2009-10. They have become leaders, and they're leading all those manufacturing units that Mr. Roy talked about. Some of them are leaders of those manufacturing units, and they're big ones. Each one of them are producing very large volumes of carbon black. So that's how we kind of initiated.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. So I also have a question. So, so sorry, I'll just take 2 minutes. So talking of disruptions and how you said that humankind has always faced disruptions. So how prepared or how ready do you think the industry as a whole in India is to face any kind of disruption that may or may not happen, especially after seeing something like COVID and surviving it, and taking up a new lifestyle? So how ready do you think we are, or the industry is as a whole in India?
You can never be perfect, because it is very difficult to predict what is going to hit you next time. Because in 2019, when things were so good, world economy was doing decently well, who knew that out of nowhere pandemic will happen and it will be so devastating? So we're not familiar, we're not aware of. So, but from every disruption, I think we have learned something. There are takeaways which also happened during COVID. And I think as an industry, we need to be extremely alert, be aware of what is happening around you. Disruptions will happen, you cannot stop that. But if you are better prepared in terms of your knowledge of what's happening around the world, then you can quickly devise your strategy. You can come out with a strategy quickly, and based on that strategy, you can define some of the action plans and make sure they are quickly implemented to minimize the impact of that particular disruption. You can't stop it, but by virtue of having better knowledge, better understanding, better awareness of the situation, you can be in a position to mitigate the impact to some extent. That's what I feel. You want to add something?
I think we are in India. We are living at a time which is we should be very proud of, because if you look at other global economies, the large economies, India stands out as a kind of a lighthouse at this moment, and it's because of all the large scale changes that India has been bringing about over the last 15-20 years. We have been traveling extensively Europe over the last few weeks, and we've seen economies suffering over there. So I think we are poised at this moment I think we've got the right framework, and our GDP numbers are therefore showing. We have been interviewing leaders for the RPSG group, and I have now noticed a trend over the last 6 months where a lot of Indians who were actually working outside, they want to come back. And interestingly, we have been interviewing 9 out of 10 people are actually Indians who want to come back to India because they see it as a very promising story. So I think we should not let this opportunity go. And your generation are actually the ones who are going to take it forward from here. And we shouldn't goof up, and we should not, and we are on the right path.
I think, for this young generation particularly, I'll say one thing that maybe it was not so in our days, but nowadays, India is definitely one of the sweetest spots in the whole world from economic point of view. We are pretty large in terms of size. We are the 5th largest, as you know that. That's not good enough. USA and China are far ahead of us. The point I'm making, the opportunity is what? We have a large market. We are a population of 1.3 billion people plus. And out of that, as it is defined today, more than 500 million basically are middle class or upper middle class combination. And then they have the ability to spend money, which drives the economy. So it's a huge market. And 500 million people means it is more than even US population. That's the size of our middle class only, and it is growing by each passing year. With each passing year, it is actually growing the size of the population, middle class population. So on one side is a huge market. Demography is in our favor. It's a young country. Average age is less than 25 years. 50% population is less than 25 years. And only challenge I will say, government policies are required to be in place, which government has been working on. And as Sabi said, we should not goof up in terms of these policies and skilling of people, because one is having people, one is making them employed. So there is a bit of a gap, but again, Government of India has taken some initiative. Hopefully it will move fast. Once that happens, I think the country is going to grow like anything over a period of time. But good thing is, if you look at our economy on purchasing power parity basis, PPP, we are, I think, second on third largest. I think China is number one, USA is second, and we will be the third one, even today. And all of you, I understand what is the meaning of power purchasing power parity. I guess you know that. What's the meaning of that? If you do the analysis based on that, we are already the third largest economy, which makes logical and practical sense.
Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely delighted to hear you both speak. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request our director, ma'am, Professor Dr. Moha Banerjee, to deliver her address to you all today. Ma'am, the stage is all yours.
Dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests from the industry, esteemed faculty members and administrative colleagues. After the most enthralling keynote address by Mr. Kaushik Ray, well, the die is cast, the stage is wonderfully set, and the ball is rolling for the day's deliberations in the different summits of the business conclave. Truly, there could not have been a more befitting and resounding start. As a business school, IMI Kolkata primary focuses on building, and bridging this industry academia gap, aligning ourselves to the requirement of the industry so that our students are more attuned to deliver from day one on the job spaces as soon as they enter the corporate world. And to enable us to do that, we look forward to multiple such platforms of corporate engagement and these meaningful deliberations in which discourses happen between faculty members, industry experts, and the students, who are basically the three major key stakeholders in the management education space in India. Thank you, Mr. Kaushik Ray and Mr. Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, for being IMI Kolkata's mentor and partner, our facilitator, as they say, friend, philosopher, and guide, as we move ahead in our growth trajectory. And we look forward so that all of us have a convivial, a very ambient and wonderful day full of learning and experience sharing today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for those wonderful words. And now we have something lovely prepared for our esteemed guests. I would like to request Professor Banerjee to present Mr. Roy and Mr. Bhattacharya with a token of gratitude.
As we embark on this journey, we recall the words of Helen Keller. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. accentuating the power of collaboration and shared endeavors. We eagerly anticipate the sessions ahead and unite in the shared vision of shaping a future where knowledge, collaboration, and innovation converge to drive progress and success. Respected dignitaries, kindly proceed to the conference room for a short tea break. We all will assemble back here at 11:30. Thank you so much for being a part of this inaugural session. Thank you so much. Me too. Me too. Me too. Take it out.
Is it Sumitra, sir? There is one more book, yeah?
Okay. We are humble here. No. No.
এখানে 500 টাকার বোতল দিই কি কি লাগবে নাম নাম কি লাগবে
সুজয় ব্যানার্জি রাও
Guys, there is a camera. Please check.
नीचे नीचे नीचे
সম্বিত 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 দৌড়ে যাও, যিনি রাজুদা আছে সাথে যাওয়া পড়া আমি বলেছি আর টিস্যু পেপার লেখাই প্রদীপ নামি না প্রদীপ প্রদীপ হ্যাঁ নাবি দাও হয়ে গেছে প্রদীপ নামিয়ে দাও প্রদীপটা নামিয়ে দিন ওপর থেকে ওদিক থেকে পড়ে যাবে প্রদীপ আর টেবিল দুটোই নামিয়ে দিন বাইরে নিয়ে নাম দিকে রেখে
A very good morning to one and all present today. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I, Nishtha Agarwal, along with Amira Aftab, stand before you today to welcome you all to the IMI Insights 2023 Business Conclave on reimagining business ideas in a disruptive times. The themes of the HR Summit is employee value proposition in a hybrid world. This gathering represents a convergence of some of the most brilliant minds and thought leaders in the world of human resource. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements, evolving workplace dynamics, and a heightened focus on employee well-being, the role of HR has never been more pivotal. Our profession stands at the intersection of innovation, compassion, and strategy, shaping the very heart of organizations. The HR Summit serves as a beacon of knowledge and inspiration, where we come together to share insights, explore trends, and cultivate the future of HR. Our esteemed lineup of speakers, hailing from diverse industries and backgrounds, will provide you with a wealth of wisdom and expertise to fuel our own HR journeys. Before starting, we would like to extend a floral welcome to our dignitaries. We have on the dais Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya, Head Talent Acquisition, Rewards and Leadership, HR Technology, ICICI Bank Limited. We request Shubhra to welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers. Next, we have Mr. Anand Mishra, Lead Business HR, Talent Acquisition and Employee Relations, HDFC Urban. We request Ryan to welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Let's welcome our next guest for the summit, Mr. Sujoy Banerjee, Group Chief People Officer and Group Head Marketing, Gainwell Commercials Private Limited. We request Dishari to please welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers. Our moderator, Dr. Roma Puri, Area Chair, Organizational Behavior and Human Resource Management, and Associate Professor at IMI Kolkata. We request Yukta to welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers. So let us embrace this summit with an open heart and an open mind. Let us challenge assumptions, seek innovations, and collectively pave the way for the future of HR. Moving on, it is a great pleasure to introduce our guest speakers for the summit. Our very first speaker, Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya. Mr. Bhattacharya holds a position of Head Talent Acquisition, Rewards and Leadership, HR Technology at ICICI Bank, with a remarkable career spanning over 2 decades. In this capacity, Mr. Abhijit plays a pivotal role in shaping the bank's human resource strategies, focusing on talent acquisition, rewards, leadership development, and leveraging cutting-edge HR technology to enhance organizational capabilities. Mr. Bhattacharya's leadership extends beyond the boundaries of traditional banking. He took on a crucial secondment assignment, leading the human resource functions to establish and operationalize National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. Mr. Abhijit's enduring commitment to ICICI Bank began in 2003 when he joined as a recruitment manager. Over the years, he has contributed significantly to the bank's success by serving various business units, including technology, operations, phone banking, and wholesale banking. His 2 decades of dedication and expertise within the ICICI Bank underline his invaluable contribution to the organization's growth and his stature as a seasoned HR professional in the banking industry. Please welcome Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya.
Our next guest speaker for the event, Mr. Anand Mishra, Senior Vice President, Human Resource, Talent Acquisition and Employee Relations, HDFC Ergo General Insurance. With over 18 years of experience, Mr. Mishra is a true HR visionary, known for his passion, competence, and enterprising spirit. In his role, he has excelled in talent management, performance management, and business acumen. His ability to foster stakeholders' relationship and derive talent acquisition is unmatched. In the evolving landscape of HR, Mr. Mishra has been a pioneer in building strategic alliance and sustaining productive relationships with internal teams and stakeholders. He has a proven track record of HR analytics, operations, employee engagement, and strategic thinking. His expertise extends to post-merger restructuring, evolving organizational development, and learning and development interventions, and instituting best practice. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anand Mishra.
The next speaker for our event, Mr. Sujoy Banerjee. Mr. Banerjee is a highly experienced HR professional with 31 years of diverse industry experience, including roles in various sectors such as automobile, chemicals, consumer goods, industrial products, FMCG, infrastructure, and construction. Currently holding the position of Group Chief People Officer and Group Head Marketing at Gainwell. He's a certified executive coach from Coaching Foundation India and a recipient of NIPM Silver Medal. During the course of his professional journey, He had hands-on experience in industrial relations in a multiple union environment, an entire bandwidth of HR processes, and has played a major role in organizational transformation and managing change in his various assignments. In addition to his corporate roles, Mr. Sujoy has contributed to academia as visiting faculty on organizational behavior at business schools in Kolkata and served on interview panels for various management institutes across the country. He has been a speaker at the national HR seminars and is actively involved in industry committees. Currently serving as a regional president East NHRDN, Mr. Sujoy has received numerous awards and recognitions for his outstanding contributions to HR, with his latest achievements being that of the CHRO of the Year award by the HR Excellence Award, 50 Top HR Innovators, and the outstanding contribution to HR in the World HRD Congress in Mumbai. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Sujoy Banerjee.
We would also like to introduce our moderator for the HR Summit, Dr. Roma Puri, Area Chair Organizational Behavior and Human Resource Management and Associate Professor at IMI Kolkata. Dr. Puri has more than 2 decades of teaching experience. Her domain has been organizational behavior and HRM. She has taught courses at postgraduate and doctorate level. With keen interest in behavioral sciences, she has gone through intensive group process training from Indian Society of Applied Behavioral Sciences and attended Group Relations Conference and offered several programs in this area. She has been a part of the Global Leadership and Organizational Behavior Effectiveness Program led by Professor Robert House at the Wharton School. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Roma Puri. Moving on with the event, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Puri to moderate the summit, followed by a Q&A at the end.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nishtha and Amira, for the introductions. Now let me introduce the topic for today's panel discussion to the audience, and a very good morning to the audience present here. As we can see, it's about reimagining business ideas in disruptive times. And in the keynote address only, we heard about the major disruptions that have happened. And one of the most major disruption was the pandemic. And while I was confined to my own house, I just share this bit with you. I was also thinking, are we going to emerge from this the way we were before 2020, or are there going to be any changes? Will we emerge as better human beings? So I had some very lofty, thoughts and ideas about this. And I started closely observing, what are the changes that are happening. And I did find that, yes, we did not come out completely unchanged. The pandemic did change us forever, especially what we see. One of the major disruptors was technology. Right? Earlier, we could have been very hesitant about using technology, working from home, though some companies were experimenting with it earlier, but there were very few. But then we realized that, of course, this is an alternate form of work, and it is possible. Even someone like me who's in the teaching profession, sitting at home and taking classes and effectively completing courses was something very, very new. And this experimentation happened for most of the organizations world over. We had no choice. But then once we tasted that there was an alternate way of working, I believe a lot of companies started thinking, should we go ahead with this model? And that led to, I would say, the emergence of a new model of working, which we are calling is the flexible working model. So what is happening here? We are having a several mix of employees. We could be having employees who are attending office in person. We're talking about employees who are working from home. We're also talking about employees who are just connecting on the go. And technology is enabling all of it, right? And again, there was another, I was following the news very closely, besides the layoff news, which we keep following over the last 1 year or more. There was another very interesting kind of a debate which was going on. Should employees go back to office? And there were stories about how people were talking about, better productivity from home, being better able to manage work-life balance. And on the other hand, we saw organizations being very divided about this. So some organizations declared that we are perfectly okay with employees working from any location. We'll encourage remote working. And on the other hand, there were organizations that really insisted that employees should come back to work. Even IT companies where we thought, okay, this remote form of working will work very well. We found there also many organizations kind of, offering sometimes, subtle nudges and sometimes directives, making employees come back. So I would say the jury is still out on this, whether it's going to be the most effective form of working or not, but the experimentation is still on. The reason why I'm talking about both sides of this and not just saying remote working is the future and is going to be continuously present here is because here in the panel also we may find that some organizations could be encouraging remote work, and some organizations may be encouraging employees to come to office, and we are going to explore that. We will be looking at the pros and cons of both of this hybrid mode of working. But this is a trend which is going to stay. It will not completely go away because there are benefits of this also. Now, the next challenge which happens once organizations decide to adopt this hybrid form of work is, how do you attract employees? Now, there's a very interesting challenge. There are going to be employees who will never be stepping foot in your office, but still they are your employees. How do you attract them? Because their commitment to the organization could be very transient, could be very temporary till they get the next better opportunity. There is no connection, there is no bonding. So this will mean that organizations will have to redefine their employee value proposition. For the benefit of our first year students, let me tell you what that means, because we still haven't covered that in class. So this is basically the unique set of offerings and experiences the employer can provide to employees working in the organization. So once you join the organization, what are your experiences in terms of the work environment, the culture, the compensation, the learning and growth opportunities, the kind of group that you're working with. So all these can only be experienced internally. But organizations are trying to send out this message and differentiate themselves from their competition to the prospective employees. So now when you are trying to redefine your EVP to attract remote workers, how is it going to be different? Because what is going to attract, motivate and retain your current employees will be very different from people who want to work in the remote form. So we will also delve into how the EVPs have been redefined, and we'll also look at whether post-pandemic, besides the remote workers, even for the regular employees, has EVP changed for the organizations our esteemed panelists are representing. Yeah, without further ado, let's kind of begin the session. So first of all, I'd like to start with Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya. There are, as I was mentioning just now, that there are so many organizations post-pandemic that have kind of switched to the hybrid mode of working, which has been especially true for the IT sector. Do you think a hybrid form of working is feasible for your industry? Is it going to work for banking? And my next question is, again, I'm just clubbing two questions together. Has ICICI Bank experimented with hybrid form of working? And if it has, or it plans to, do you think it's going to be effective? Yeah.
Hope I'm audible. So thank you, Ms. Puri. And let me answer this a little differently. It's not a question about whether hybrid is to be pursued or not. The way we look at it is, does the business support that to happen? And if I bring to you the nature of our business, which is banking, the nature of the business is that of essential service, where you can imagine there are branches. Of course, there's digital as well, but there are branches, and the customers come to the branch. How would you serve them if our officials are not there? So we took a call quite early. In fact, banks were all working, even at the peak of COVID. Banks were all working. And we took a, I would say, cultural call that if my branch staff, which is a significant majority of the organization, is galvanizing around supporting the customers, because customers are transacting, the branches are open, branches are not shut with all the precautions. Employees who support the branches would also be in office. And that is the nature of essential service. So while we restricted a very, very small part of our employee base to operate from home during the peak period, the full leadership team and whosoever was necessary to support the branch, along with our entire branch staff, was available. At the first given opportunity, we came back to office. And even during this period, we actually were
all our employees were stationed at their base location for the simple reason that there was a rotation, there was a support to the branch, and the nature of the duty can call upon an employee to come and serve. So we really did not taste or experiment much with hybrid. Hybrid is possible in many other industries, but so far as banking and the way we looked at the opportunity, what a customer would need at that peak, and even otherwise, we think that it's best to stay connected on the ground where the customer need is. And that may take a large, and we did not want to have a split house in the organization that people, those who are serving, does it one way. That's not the culture we pursue. And therefore, even at the peak of COVID, the leadership will travel to the branches. The leadership will connect with the branches because the branch is the fulcrum point at that point of a time. I'm talking of that point of a time. So ma'am, that is one way in which we looked at it, and that's the way we configured ourselves to serve our customer. So I would say it's much more embedded in the nature of the business and whether the nature of the business supports that, I would say, proposition. We thought it this way, which I have presented to you, and around it, every point would come. So I hope that gives the flavor of the first question.
Thank you so much. Which is very true that hybrid work, though it is much hyped about, but it may not be feasible in certain kinds of work, especially in banking where the customers are expecting to see a face and not just maybe a chatbot or something, which is very true. Okay, now moving on. My next question is to Mr. Mishra. At SDFC Ergo, one tastic forms the basis of the organization's EVP. It's a very unique term, so I'm sure he's going to elaborate on that. So can you talk about the 5 pillars of this philosophy? And can this system work for the hybrid workers?
Hope I'm audible. Yeah, okay, great. So first of all, let me tell you this story of one tastic, how this one tastic came into existence. It's a very interesting story. So when we acquired Apollo Munich, we grew substantially in terms of business, and our employee strength multiplied manifoldly, moved from 3,000 to 9,000. Immediately after the integration, when we gathered together to redefine our employee value proposition, the idea was, to take the leverage from this oneness of these two organizations and give a fantastic experience to all the stakeholders. Hence this term, one tastic, come into existence. And that's the story about one tastic. You'll be, glad to know that, in fact, we have patented this one tastic. That's our patented property. We own that property. One tastic, all the services, all the 5 pillars of one tastic, which is a one tastic wellness, one tastic experience, one tastic learning, one tastic polls, all these 5 pillars are patented. Why we patented this is primarily because we wanted to take it beyond, take it from our employees to the stakeholders. For example, under one of the these pillars of one tastic, which is one tastic learning, we have our academy that is Vidyavriksh. Vidyavriksh is not only for our internal employees, it is for our channel partners also, and for the larger community outside. So when we decided that we'll take our philosophy outside of HDFC Ergo, we thought of doing this one tastic as a patented one. Okay, because that gives us that feel, okay, it's our property. Okay, and people, when we go out at the marketplace with this value proposition, people can relate to this. So that's about one tastic. Now, the interesting thing is that these 5 pillars, where do these 5 pillars of one tastic sits on? It sits on meritocracy. It sits on diversity and inclusion. It sits on developmental inputs. It sits on innovation. So basically, all our employees get to experience meritocracy, innovation, diversity, and equality through these 5 services of one tastic experience. To give you an example about one tastic experience, in every organization, you'll find that every organization has great, leave policy, work from home, work from anywhere, etc., etc. To make it out, to give our employees a different feel, what we have done under one testing experience is we also have a leave policy. Employees can work from home, employees can work from anywhere. What we have offered is we have added one flavor that is called as corporate user program. Under the one testing experience, what we have done partnership with around 10 5-star hotel across the locations, okay, like Shimla, Kashmir, etc., etc. And our employees, we allow our employees to book a room for 10 days in a year and go out with their family. All the expenses of their stay, food is taken care by the organization. So that's about one testing experience. That's the kind of experience that we give. Now coming to your other point of giving this flexibility or hybrid model. So unlike what my friend said, we are in the insurance industry, like in bank. Customers goes to bank branches. Here, people avoid us. We have to reach out to customers. That's the about insurance. The moment you get a call from insurance industry, you tend to, cut that. During COVID, all entire population, they realize the value of insurance. Okay, so that's the different thing. So when we launched Project Field, our salespeople need not to come to office. We made it a point, okay, that all salespeople, they need not visit our office. The other part, around 10% of our employees, okay, those who are part of our banker partners, they don't get to come to our office. They operate from our partner's office. Okay. Then we have a employee base around 5% of our employees, which is digital offices in remote all district locations where we don't have physical branches. These individuals, they alone represent HDFC alone. Now we don't have any branches. Now challenge for us is how to integrate these people. If you see from any perspective, from this hybrid model, they don't come in, but by the virtue of their role, they comes under this. So for us, the challenge was how to integrate these people in the mainstream. And to your surprise, you'll be glad to know that our retention in our banker team is highest. Wow. The digital office team is our fastest growing team in HDFC Urban. So how do we do that? We do that by the virtue of all these posts. A lot of emphasis on employee connect programs. We have a very robust business partner team. We reach out to them. We reach out on a monthly basis. Entire our leadership team, we make a point to reach out to these individuals, communicate about organization, all our employees, those who operate from the banker space. And it's a mandate to the leadership team that whosoever is traveling to a location, all these teams need to come and we need to talk about our organization priorities, etc., etc. So that's how we integrate all these things, and that's how we have been capitalizing about this hybrid model.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. That was a very, very different perspective.
Yeah.
So here we saw, in one case for ICICI Bank, not feasible. So they have a unique model of working. For HDFC Ergo, it's a very different model, and in a very unique way, they're trying to integrate people who are operating remotely, not coming, to the office, but still feeling connected with the bank. With the office, and also having your digital office as the, fastest growing office. Thank you. Now, my next question is to Mr. Banerjee. At Gainwell Commercial's Circle of Growth is the cornerstone of EVP. That's a very unique name again that I got very fascinated when I came across this. So how has that helped in attracting, retaining, and motivating talent? And is it applicable to hybrid if you are experimenting with hybrid?
Audible? Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Our experience at Gainwell resonates largely with Abhijit, because we work in a space which is, again, in the essential services, because we do underground coal mining to coal India. So while the pandemic was at its peak, 600 of my employees were working 365, 24/7. Okay. So they were working. I had my aftermarket people where customer had failures of their equipment, earth-moving equipment, DG sets, gen sets, because we work with Caterpillar equipment. So they had to be serviced. So we just couldn't have a hybrid model or a virtual model because we had to be there with the customer. We had to do the coal mining. We had to commit India's coal production targets. So we're working at Rajasthan with Hindustan Zinc, with Coal India and ECL, and the employees were there in a state of chaos because the families were somewhere else. They were working alone. And there was a group which was stuck at home for about 3 to 4 weeks. But the moment we got an opportunity, we went back to office because we felt that we cannot have a group of people who are struggling it out in the marketplace, servicing the customers, and the corporate functions, the support functions will sit at the comfort of their home and work, because we cannot have two sets of operating models within the organization. We had a bit of challenge in rebooting back to the physical mode for the support function, because in India, typically, unfortunately, being a patriarchal society, while the women were housed back, they expect to do a lot of multiple activities which they don't do when they leave for office. So suddenly they were saddled with the chores of household work, and suddenly when they had to go back to work, who's going to manage this, because the world hadn't rebooted back. So we had some problems in getting back the women colleagues back to work, but we gradually gave them flexible working hours. We made it first initially 2 days in office and 3 days in office, and now we are fully back. We don't have a hybrid model because the nature of industry that we operate, we cannot afford a hybrid model like what Abhijit was talking about, unlike what Anand was talking about. So the nature of the industry plays a major role in what sort of operating model you're going to have. Now, coming back to the circle of growth, this is a very interesting story once again, because Gainwell was born out of a company called Tractors India Private Limited. And Tractors India Private Limited was a 74-year-old company. So there was a legacy organization. When this entire transaction happened in 2015, and we joined as part of the new leadership team, what we felt in one of our leadership retreats is we need to attract talent, the right talent into the organization, because what Sabi was saying in the first half, the average age was 48, 49, and now it's much younger. We face the same challenges. The average age was 45 plus. We said that this organization cannot remain sustainable for the future with this sort of a age profile. And the way they were looking at work, looking at life, looking at organization was largely different from the way we as a leadership team dreamt about the organization. So what do? You need to attract talent, lateral as well as from the campuses. So what do? We need to create an organization stickiness. So what do? We create an employee value proposition, which we call the employee experience promise. Like you have for marketing, customer experience promise, we called it the employee EX promise. And the EX promise was the circle of growth, what you said, was built on the value architecture of the organization. Our value architecture is 3C plus 2E, which we call as customer centricity, because customer lies at the core of the business. Collaboration, caring. Caring out here has got two components: professional caring, which means taking care of the professional needs and career of your employees, and personal caring. How do we take care of the employees and his or her extended family, and also the society at large? And the two E's are entrepreneurship and excellence. So this is 3C plus 2E, which gave birth to the circle of growth, or the employee experience promise, which includes exposure to global brands, because we work with Caterpillar. Now we've got technology tie-ups with many international brands where we're manufacturing the products also now. We said it's caring, which again includes professional, personal caring. We said entrepreneurship, which is allowing people to innovate, take risks without the fear of failure. And we said reward and recognition, because you need to recognize and reward people for their performances. You need to encourage high performance, create a high performance organization. So this circle of growth was created, which moves. So when an employee and if you come into our organization, walk into any of our offices, you find footsteps with each of these circle of growth commitments on the footsteps. So you're walking into the organization where we are physically saying that you're walking into a circle of growth. And that is our employee experience promise. And that has helped us to retain talent. And we've been doing it for the last 7 years now in the new avatar of this organization. And now we have moved into North America. In West Virginia, we've got about 30 employees. In New South Wales, in a place called Newcastle, we've got about 25 odd employees. We are now gradually integrating them into larger Gainwell ecosystem through the circle of growth. It applies globally. It applies to any part of the world. So that's been, and we've constantly communicated. We communicate our values, we communicate our employee experience promise, and all our HR initiatives are built around this, so that the employees experience the organization as per the commitment we've made to it. So that's been our effort. That's the journey we've started, we're carrying on.
Thank you. This was a very, very interesting, EVP, I would say. And if the audience is noticing, again, you would be thinking about jobs and your future. Very often, the thought is only about, how much salary will I get? What will be my very short-term growth? But see how much organizations have to offer. It's not just the salary, but look at how EVP is multidimensional and how different organizations are trying to kind of, bring uniqueness to each of these dimensions, right? So next time you're looking at a company, I would suggest you also look at what EVP they're suggesting. It has to be a very holistic, kind of development and growth besides getting the salary. Yeah. And thank you for the take on the hybrid also, because here we are seeing it's such a kind of, mixed response from the industry as to whether hybrid is going to be the new future or new future or not. Okay, now my next question, we are into round 2 already, is to Mr. Bhattacharya. Like I was also mentioning this in EVP earlier, that among the dimensions, that work environment and culture also constitutes a very important part of EVP, because that is the direct experience the employee is going to get in the organization. So what I would like you to please share with us is how ICICI has created an enabling culture for the employees, for their growth, for their development, and to ensure their commitment to the organization.
So the way I'll put it is, EVP is actually cultural innovation.
Yeah.
It's deeply embedded in the culture, because you can't separate EVP out of the culture. That is what the organization stands for. And what the organization stands for, I would say, has again few key threads. One is the business, because it will emanate from there. And second, a philosophy of how the organization should be configured. These are the two core things that we must mention. Now, as this is critical, the three things which possibly employees experience, and when you say experience, it has to be a consistent experience. And that is what again feeds back into the culture, because then it becomes a culture. So there are three things. One is, we call it fair compensation. In fact, if you go to our annual report, you will find a mention of it. And that is what fair compensation means, the right reward level. It does not mean X, Y, Z. No, that's not what it is. The right reward level, and I can delve into it. Let me first put the highlights. The second is learning and growth, because we feel that is a key part of any organization. Why am I doing what am I doing? And it is beyond the first. And third is, in a way you touched upon it, Ms. Uma, is the entire thought around care. Now, care again sounds soft in nature, but it has got both the hard and the soft aspects of it. One very critical aspect of care, which we are working on, what we call is, what should you experience as an employee? What would an employee experience ICICI Bank as when you are there? Is, we call it, and it's a little borrowed concept, but in its purity, if we just look at it, we call it officer-like qualities. So any leader, any employee has to, without a compromise, display officer-like quality. Let me take few examples. We always say a bank and a banking business is all about trust, and which is a very beautiful construct of why banks exist. We say, imagine there is a invisible spotlight on every official of the bank every time. How would you feel? Imagine this. So there is nobody to monitor you, but that spotlight is always there on it. It's not scary. Don't create a scare out of it. But it only says that there are ways in which one needs to anchor one's responsibility, one's conduct. Take at another example. Any organization, and as you venture, because those are few of the things we can leave for a thought process. An organization by nature is also, it's about performance, it's about an outcome, it is about, there is also a contract. Now, if one gets swayed by it, at times one may cross the boundary, one may become demeaning in asking for performance, not acceptable. But what is acceptable is one can be demanding. Demanding also is equal to raising the bar. Demanding is also about excellence. Demanding is also about meeting the customer commitment. And a demand, therefore, is the right tension. Just like a musical instrument, imagine a guitar. If you're not demanding, the string is not tuned. You can't play it, any other instrument. So the demanding is creating that right balance, which unlocks and gives you the performance, but it can't be demeaning. It's a very natural way of look. So demeaning behavior is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. One can't be part of Team ICICI if one is demeaning to colleagues. Not acceptable. The entire element of care, I'm not fully mentioning about it, but what we say is once an ICICIan, always an ICICI. There are multiple elements to it. While there is an element about all that I mentioned, the softer side of it is, in case of any personal exigency, we don't look at the policy. And I literally mean it. While the policies are there as adequate guardrails, but we don't. Be it a medical exigency, we can go to any extent to protect the employee. We can go to any extent. And then there are many other enabling policies to take care of life stage need of employees. All of us go through a life stage need, all of us, and we will all go through that cycle. So policies are a reflection of life stage need. In fact, let me give you one or two other innovations. We have a team called the Quick Response Team. And it's not a medical team, so to say, it will be a wrong representation. But imagine you are stuck. This team can actually go to you and it can do a lot in terms of taking you out of the situation. In fact, we had a very severe situation. A lady colleague who was on a family way, remember, was on a Bombay station, railway station. And I think she fainted or otherwise. Imagine this team could reach out, and I would not say it was a medical in its full-fledged form, but to give her that support, to get her to her home. She did not go to the hospital. She had to go back to home, and we could do it. So these are small areas, and you can imagine if this is repeated as a behavior by the organization, it becomes a culture. So these are few aspects. So what you mentioned, those are the guardrails. Let me mention two more aspects of ICICI Bank, which is very important. Because there was a reference of corporate office, and this is important, the way we are looking at this entire opportunity. You have all seen branches, and branches are adored by young colleagues, where the average age would be, they are fully empowered to take the calls, which is in the best interest of the customers and the bank. Both have to be balanced. Now, to do it, there is not a big brother sitting in Bombay trying to tell what is to be done there. Therefore, the corporate office, we have rehashed it, and this is significantly, I would say, cultural. We call it service center. Whom am I serving? I'm serving my employee on the ground. And that is the ethos of the way we want to look at it. Our job is to therefore decongest. Our job is to enable. Our job is to facilitate. Our job is to reach out. Our job is to empower. Our job is to fully give the powers to my staff in those micro markets where customers can be served. So that is very important. That is where we are investing. I'm not spending because of paucity of time. I'm not getting too much into the learning and growth, but that is what the organization is known for ages. And much of it could be there in the public domain. You can read about it. So fair compensation, I would say care, And the entire philosophy of our learning and growth, the threshold being empowerment. Empowerment is one, you innovate to serve customers. Last point there is being a bank, and I should not miss it. We are regulated entity. In fact, he's also regulated, being an insurance player. Banks are regulated. Therefore, there are things which we can do. There are things we cannot do. There are guardrails within which we can operate. That is very important. Therefore, culturally, if ever you join a bank, you'll realize that culture has an element of compliance to risk and compliance frameworks. That is very important, and a deviation to that is not acceptable. So because of empowerment or because of entrepreneurship, those guardrails can't be, because it will put in jeopardy everything. So that is another very big first area. Around this, we are building our, I would say, cultural anchors. Employees experience it as a culture which is repetitive in nature. That is what I would like to submit, Roma.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bhattacharya. I'm sure this must have been of interest to the students because currently they are studying culture in class.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about, what are the different characteristics of different cultures. So here you are hearing from, again, I'll emphasize the word, ICICI about what the culture is like and how it is impacting employees. So thank you so much for the insight. Now my next question is to Mr. Mishra. As one of the pillars of One Plastic, you also talked about diversity and inclusion, right? And this has become a very important thrust area for most of the organizations. Most of the organizations are trying to reach out to diverse talent pools. So how has EVP at HDFC Ergo changed, in lines with their thrust on DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion?
So, as I told all of you that diversity and inclusion is one of the important, fantastic pillar. So we believe that talent exists across sectors. Okay, and I don't need to define or tell you that what value diversity brings in. All of us knows the business case of diversity. Let me share with you one example. We are in the business of general insurance. We have motor insurance is one of the major constituent of our business. So what happens in motor insurance if a car or any vehicle meets with an accident, then there is a surveyor who goes and survey the vehicle, and then the claim is decided. Traditionally, this job was done by the males. Okay, and per se, this insurance industry is male dominated. All right. So what we did, we decided that let's break this glass ceiling. And to your surprise, and you'll be happy to know that we know today we have an internal team of surveyors. Okay, and that team of 100+ females is all female employees, and they go to the market, they do the survey of these vehicles, they give the reports. Okay, and basis that the claim is settled. And it's not that easy. You have to bear the brunt of the customer. You are going, they will be asking that, this is what the claim that you should be giving. And there is a push, no, this is not, this is where it exists. And there is a fight between the customer and the surveyor. So, but we took that as a challenge, and we ensured that we have a robust, internal surveyor team. And one important aspect, retention in that team is 100%. Not even a single employee from that batch has left. Now, how did we achieve that, and what value or how we integrated that in EVP was, as I shared, that insurance policy is considered as a male-dominated industry. 2 years ago, our diversity ratio was 14%, and today, as I speak to you, our diversity ratio stands at 24%. In 2 years, we moved to 24%. So we took first gender as a diversity part to improve that, and we did a lot of analysis. So how we did was we built a collaboration among the business leaders. Okay, we had the buy-in from the board. We had the buy-in from the senior management team. But the challenges that we were facing from our business team was that in the branch we cannot have a branch manager, female branch manager. If we have this, I mean, it will be very difficult to drive. They may not travel. They will have travel barrier, etc., etc. Then what we did, we said, fine, wherever in the branches where there are 2 branch managers, let's have one female colleague and see the experience, how it moves. Other thing was, the other challenge was when we were about to hire, there was dearth of female talent at that point in time. So what we did, we had conversation with our hiring managers, with our head of departments. We told them the communication was that don't look for 100% job match. Even if the job match is 60, 70, 80%, let's hire them. Let's hire that candidate. Okay, and see the experience. If we are in the selling business and somebody who has done selling, possibly if not insurance, in a bank, in a pharmaceutical industry, let's see. When we started giving, okay, so there was initially some challenges, some pushback, but then we had small wins like this internal surveyors. Then somewhere, we hired a branch manager. I still remember a conversation with one of my hiring manager. He mentioned, no, this branch, this is very critical. We need to have a male candidate. It gives me this much. And I took a stand that, look, boss, this candidate we have interviewed and forget about gender. She have all the capability. Why not to hire? Initially he had, but I convinced him. And later, after a year, he was the one who recommended for his promotion. So with all these small things, small wins, we have been able to integrate diversity. Okay. Today, when internally, be it internally within the organization or when we go outside in the campuses to hire, okay, we talk about it. And this is where, as I speak, the board expects us to achieve the diversity target of 30%. And we are driving it. And today, we have that buy-in from all the business. Now, today, business leaders ask us, हमें अगर 5 profile आए, can you give us 3 profiles of females? Let's evaluate. Why can't we do it? So there is a shift in the mindset, and it has not happened like a lot of training. I remember we invite professors from the academia. We invited industry experts. They talk about how diversity has added, how to imbibe diversity. All these communications, all these things have helped us to reach this part of diversity where we stand today. Now, slowly, what we have started moving, to hire specially able individuals. Okay, we have taken this, this as a aim that in our organization we have people from different thoughts. Okay, specially able, and there is, we have defined the roles, not only roles. Okay, in our offices, we have built that infrastructure. Recently, we renovated our office. We made it, compatible to all the, especially able. We have ramps, we have special washrooms, etc. So we made the infrastructure. We created that support, and when our people see that there is a support which is there in the organization, they also tend to accept that. They tend to buy. When we get such candidates, we just show them that this is what we have to offer. That's the kind of infrastructure that we have to offer in the organization. That gives them a confidence that yes, this organization has something to offer. This organization values us. Now today, our target under the Project Purple, okay, for diversity, we launched Project Shakti. Now today we are running Project Shakti plus Project Purple, where we are hiring specially able individuals. Let's see where we reach.
Thank you for your response. This is very interesting how it's also important to have a major shift in the mindset. It's not just about setting a diversity target, but also having a long-term shift in how you think about not just inducting them, but also their overall growth and how you keep, kind of pushing the envelope with different groups. So a very interesting take on diversity. Now, my next question is to Mr. Banerjee. Again, looking at maybe another aspect of diversity here is Generation Z. Like there are so many talks, we've been hearing about, reading different generations and their different characteristics, Generation X, Y, and then Z. So do you think the needs and expectations this generation has from the employer, is it very different? And you also talked about having different generations in the workforce. So how easy is it to handle these different sets of expectations?
Interesting. The Gen Z that you asked me has different set of expectations. I'll give you a small example. We've recruited about 100 odd trainees from graduate engineers, diploma engineers across the country. And they were undergoing their training in Greater Noida in one of our facilities. And I suddenly get a picture saying that after the first month's salary, 5 of these young people went out on a Sunday morning and fed the people, the beggars on the street who were homeless and without food. That was the way they wanted to show gratitude to the community. So the entire thought process of this new generation, people sitting in front of me, have changed. They are just not looking at salary. They're looking at a holistic experience in organization. They're looking at learning and growth opportunities, and they're looking at organizations which are making a meaningful impact on the society. They are much more socially aware, they're socially conscious, and they would like to make a career in organizations who are responsible corporate citizens. This was a very touching experience for us because we never expected this. The first salary hits their account, and 5 of them just go out and feed the people on the streets of Greater Noida. So this actually reinforced our belief that this generation thinks differently. And therefore, organizations need to curate their policies, curate their philosophy, which attracts and keeps them within the organization ecosystem. Yes, there will be multi-generations in companies. I agree with that. We are grappling with that. You need to integrate, but it's not an easy process. It's a very difficult process because we've got people who've got 35 years of experience. They say we've got yellow blood because they worked with Caterpillar for so many years. So they've got yellow blood. So they are taking time to change, but they are changing because they are seeing a constant, what Anand was talking about, constant communication, reinforcement, small wins to showcase. Small wins to showcase. What Anand was talking about resonates with me because being in an operation which is mining. Mining is a male-dominated operation. And in an area where we operate in southern coal fields in a place of Kotagudam in Andhra. You won't believe we've got 8 women mining engineers, and they have said that we are happy, and they're going underground. So they're doing support functions at the top. They're doing underground shift duty for 8 to 10 hours. Friends, underground, below the surface of the earth, in a mine is darkness. You are detached from the external world. It's a world by itself. If you've got women who are coming forward and saying, we don't regret having taken this call, shows the journey Indian society has taken. And therefore, these small wins we showcase to different parts of the organization. And even we are very difficult customer in Hindustan Zinc, Vedanta. They are very afraid of giving gate passes to their workplace to women employees. But we told them that you put 18% of your workforce is women. Why are you stopping our women engineers to get gate passes to do work? Have trust in them. If they let you down, you tell us. And they are now happiest with those women mining engineers. So these are the small, it's not in corporate offices that we are increasing diversity. We are asking our managers who are frontline in aftermarket, because our aftermarket engineers go to attend to customer complaints in remote areas of this country. It's not in metro cities. You have earth moving equipments operating in different parts of the country. You have gensets and power backup systems in different parts of the country. Our managers were worried about sending women engineers. We said we give you the guardrails of operations, safety, protection, whatever is required, but allow them. Don't hold them back in office. Because we have a platform called Sampurna, which allows women employees to voice their opinion. We have a DEI champion. She works with me. They have hotline to her. We were complaining that our manager is not allowing us to go. We overprotective. But then we told these managers, we are giving them all the guardrails, encourage them. You don't allow them, don't encourage them, and educate your customers. Educate your customers. I got a call a few days back from a women trainee who said, sir, I go to a mining customer where they are not very educated of creating a culture for women. So obviously when a woman goes to service them, they are not mentally and infrastructurally prepared. So she told me, sir, I don't get a bio break for 10 hours. How can I go there? I told her manager, please talk to the customer. She's a good engineer. Also educate your partners, your stakeholders, that the world is changing. You need to open your doors, your mind to this. So this is the way we actually are trying to create an ecosystem around us, not only within our organization, but also create that ecosystem around us with our stakeholders. So this is creating a lot of resonance in the minds of the people. Our entire corporate social responsibility framework is attracting a lot of traction from these youngsters. So we are constantly talking to them. We have something called a hotline to an ECPO, which is a direct line to me every Friday, 123. I'm sitting next to my phone and taking calls from any employee across the country. Dial into me whatever issues you have, and I commit them 72 hours to resolve that. And it's the youngsters who are coming with more and more issues. And the more you address them, the more confidence you create in them. And they start believing in the circle of growth. The experience that you've committed to them when you've gone to a campus or when you've brought them through a lateral hiring process. So I think managing Gen Z is challenging. It's very interesting because I, being a father of a 29-year-old son in the US, he thinks differently. He questions a lot of things. He questions the way me and my wife look at it. So we get questioned every day at home. So the same questions come to me when I face my youngsters in the organization, because it's basically a microcosm of the society. So we need to be much more open to this young generation. We can always say they're looking for quick rewards, quick responses. It's a pizza world, 20 minutes delivery. Yes, that's the way the world is evolving. So you cannot say that we are not going to change. We need to change internally first in order to absorb them into the organization ecosystem. And I'm sure organizations ICICI Bank or HDFC, which are relatively younger because attract a lot of young talent into the banking and insurance space. They face different challenges, whereas a traditional industry like ours, we face different challenges because youngsters come here with a different expectation, goes to their organization, different expectations. So managing aspirations, ambitions, the Gen Z is something which we started the journey, we're in the process.
Thank you so much. So I would say even this generation is the disruptor, making organizations think about their policies and how they can kind of, attract and retain them. But yes, what I could get, from all the responses is the openness to change from the point of view of the organization also. It's not just about, being open to changes the customer wants, but also what your employee wants. And living up to the philosophy that employees do matter, they come first. And giving the same sense to, I believe, the new generation that you matter, your voice is important. If you are suggesting something, we are open to those changes and we'll create the ecosystem for you to thrive and prosper. So I believe these are good times to start a career. Anyways, I will like to go on asking more and more questions. I'm loving it, but I think I will have to better stop here and open the space for the students to ask questions. So I will request Amira and Nishtha to please conduct this round of Q&A, where questions will come directly from the audience.
Sure, ma'am. And I'm sure after such an enlightening session, many of us would have a lot of questions. So we now open the platform for a few questions. Kindly raise your hands and we'll connect you with the panelists.
Good afternoon, panelists. So my question is, what innovative HR technologies or tools do you see as game changers in the field of HR?
Would you like anyone here from the panel to answer, or is it an open question?
It is an open question.
Okay, so please.
So I'll take few of it. What we are innovating is a couple of things. One is with respect to employee service. We are in the process of having a platform, which is a unique platform. Typically, employees call HR managers, and HR managers pick up but at times there could be drop off. You may not be able to modulate it and so on and so forth. So we are creating a platform which actually assures a zero drop off. So it is based on a couple of things. It uses cloud telephony. It uses a little of machine learning in terms of also feeding into HR managers which employees should be contacted proactively. And it also gives a lot of ideas around, because HR managers also travel to branches, which branch should be picked up. So it's not left to individuals to just plan, but using a lot of data analytics, it puts a planning hat in the hands of the managers. And therefore, the availability of the HR team to employees, which is the core proposition, becomes absolutely dot on. And with zero drop off would mean that you are calling and there is somebody to answer. So the HR manager is not there, that call automatically, because of the nature of the technology used, it goes to a pool which is able to, and everything therefore is accounted for. That is one. The second is what we are seeing is, in fact, we have been using it for a while. The entire, I would say, employees, just like, I don't know if you are a customer of ICICI Bank or any other bank, banks have mobile apps today for your banking transaction. So employees use a mobile platform for all the employee service. So that is the digital service. So you need not really, if you really use that platform, most of your transactions are taken care of. The third element, I think, where we have worked significantly for a period of time is around communication. And the communication, of course, has got a lot changed, but today we have the capability of doing a cast, and this has been happening for about a decade or so in the organization. We can connect to 130,000 employees at a single go, and it is a two-way. So there is a way in which even any of the employees, it's not just a one-way cast, but an employee can come. So that is another. And multiple areas around, I would say, the data analytics can help to do better service to employees. So these are 4 or 5 areas which I think are important. In fact, all our applicants today, the first quote is a bot. In fact, you ever go to ICICI Career, you can interact with the bot, and it has loads. So you need not really have to call. The issue is around training the bot to make it capable. I'm sure many of you would think there. So every opportunity is an opportunity for us to train. So there are multiple areas which we have experimented, few well, few not so well. But yeah, the propositions are like that.
Mr. Mishra, Mr. Banet, would you like to add something? Anything new which is being done in your organization?
So similar to what Abhijit meant, I mean, we do have a platform. Okay, so for all employees' needs, gets addressed to that platform. So, I mean, and the second thing that you mentioned, that HR availability to employees. So majority of their needs, they don't need HR managers. That is taken care through platform. One thing important that I would like to talk about is from the field of analytics, how we have used analytics. We have used analytics for improving our retention. Okay, using the past data, we identify who are the employees who are prone to attrition, what could be the possible reasons, and basis that, okay, we reach out to employees proactively, we address their concerns and ensure retention. So that's how we are using this analytics for better retention.
I have a similar experience what happened. We have guided to the company of Insido, and we use their chatbot called Amber, which talks to me, because any employee who has a concern, I get every morning a list of people whom I should reach out in the next 48 hours and talk to them at employees at risk, medium risk, high risk in terms of attrition. So we've just launched it 2 months back. 2 months time, I got 2,000 odd responses, out of which 146 were at-risk employees. So I had to call each one of them, spend about half an hour talking to each one of them, hear the concerns, and have them addressed within the next 72 hours. So we are using technology gradually in a manner where I get connected to the people, because we realize that surveys like Great Place to Work and all are year-end processes, and it's a certification process to help you to get a certificate. Or but then this real-time information, what Abhijit was talking about, what Anand was talking about, is to hear the mood and pulse of the organization and take course corrections on a real-time basis. That's important, lest you lose talent. So that's the way we do it.
Thank you. Yeah, next.
Sir, good afternoon. My name is Aishwarya Agarwal and I'm a second year HR student. And my question is to all that what are the ethical considerations that HRs, or you can say HR department, should keep in mind while using data analytics in decision making?
You want me to? I think it's a very crucial area that you have. One area which comes to my mind immediately is because many of these models train for an outcome, which is it is taking, in a way, human judgment into the model. So you can imagine that bias is a very important element. How do you run an unbiased process? Say, for example, I'm just adding to my earlier response. CV shortlisting can be done using algo, and there is a threshold which we are using. We have not put. One of the biggest risk there is who's training the algo, and it could be set of people. Can't be one single person, because one single can bring in a lot of bias. But even with a set of people, is there a bias for something? What is that bias? Because it has to be an unbiased process. Could be one area. The other is, I think, more important, because a lot of data is being used, and that is very important. I think the generator of the data, or the origin of the data, should be aware how you're using in most of the scenarios. Say, for example, when a call is being recorded, now it can be silently recorded, but that's not the idea. The idea is the person aware that the call is being recorded? The call can be used. In fact, the call recording can be used for analytics. Very beautiful. So there are guardrails which should be protected. Say if you are even interacting with the bot can give you a fallacious response and you make a decision based on it. So how do you run that process? Could be possible. So these are, I would say, few areas around governance, few around ethics, and it is, I would say, much a discoverable area. A lot of it is, I would say, popping up as we are experimenting as society, which we should be open about.
Yeah, anything the other panelists would like to add today? Okay.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Anyasha Das and I'm a second year HR student. So my question is actually what role does actually technology plays in enhancing the employee experience in a hybrid world? Also, are there any specific tools or platform that you will recommend?
So fine. So see, I mean, for every in the entire employee life cycle, okay, technology is playing a very pivotal role, right from when a candidate approached organization or organization approached. Okay, that's the step from where the technology takes in. Okay, now CV passing, as Abhijit has mentioned, it happens through a system. Then we have tools through which we interact with the candidates. Earlier, I mean, from the very first round, candidates were supposed to come to office, have one-on-one interaction. Now, so now, I mean, only for the final interviews, we tend to invite candidates to. Most of those discussions happens through either through video technology or through Microsoft Teams, etc. Once that happens, all right, entire documentation, offer stage, everything Everything is done through system. Now, when we are doing this, when we are using the help of technology, we have to be conscious of candidate experience. Okay, what kind of experience a candidate is getting, right? Because he will perceive, about the organization basis his experience. So we have built in, I mean, every stage. The first, one of the important thing that candidate would look forward is an update at each stage. What's the update? Is his CV got shortlisted? If yes, then when is that interview will be scheduled? What's going to be the feedback, etc., etc. So at every stage there is a follow through from the system perspective. Once that happens, now selections, offer rollout, acceptance, everything has happened. Now at HDFC Argo, what we have done, I mean, we expect all our employees to complete mandatory compliance training, etc., etc. Now, prior to joining, we ensure that all the candidates have done that. That also happens digitally through the technology platform. The onboarding happens only when this, training or the candidate has completed the training. Once that is done, but all these things have to be, the candidate or the employee it should be user friendly. So we need to be cautious of that. All this is happening for onboarding, for documentation. It happens through now WhatsApp. There is no follow through. There is no, forward and backward, nothing of that. Once that is done, the first day, everything. So that's about, an entire employee life cycle, everything from his first day experience to his salary to his promotion, everything is managed through the technology. All the human intervention have gone. So that's one way of, that's one area where the technology has helped HR and the employees and the candidates too. Okay. There are several tools which are available, like for example, we use People Strong. There are other tools, I'm sure Abhijit, I mean, you all must be having one or the other tools. So that's how it is. And some mention about Infido, that's also there for better employee experience. Yeah. Anything that, yeah.
There's a small caution for the people who are career retired. Please don't depend only on technology. Don't lose the human touch. At the end of the day, technology is an enabler. It's not a substitute for you talking to your people. So that's what my only concern about an overdrive on technology is. I might sound a bit traditional, but that's the way I'm wired or I'm programmed using technology terms. But I feel HR people cannot lose focus of the fact that we deal with human beings, and every human being is wired, programmed differently. Every human being is unique. So why the non-value adding processes can be leveraged through technology, at the end of the day, we would have to handle people with emotions, people with needs, mental needs. So at the end of the day, my submission to young HR professionals, please don't stay only behind technology. Use technology as an enabler, but please don't stop talking to people and reaching out to them.
So just to add to what you mentioned, a very valid point, technology is an enabler, fine. And if we are in HR, we have to, engage with our employees. So this analytics, everything throws us, insights, throws us some data, gives us some, things to work on. But we have to take action on that. As I was mentioning about analytics, how we improve retention. We did not improve retention just by getting the data, by getting the, that trigger that these employees are at risk. The moment we got that input, we got in a dialogue. We initiated that dialogue, and retention happened because we had dialogue. We initiated the dialogue, not because that we got that data or got that insights. Majority, the one trend that I have noticed is, everybody talks about technology, analytics, but all these are enablers. All these are starting points. There is world beyond that. And if you have to excel, you need to get a grip of this as well as that. You need to have a combination of both.
Good morning to all the panelists. My name is Shuparna Shah, and I'm a second year student, HR student. So my question is, what are the HR metrics or like KPIs that a company can make use of measuring the effectiveness of employee value proposition in a hybrid work environment?
So I'm just taking the hybrid a little separately because of my first response. But there are many ways of looking at it, and at times, in fact, matrices could be confusing also. Why I'm saying that is because, and therefore the pulse is very important at certain, depends on the organization again, how you look at it. Say, for example, one very critical area, I'll come to attrition also, because attrition is a little confusing. I'll tell you why. One area when new employees join, you know, it's a very difficult, an organization may have everything, but for the new employee, it is all new. And therefore, the settling in is a key anchor. Would you like to look at that? Is a key area, because if that is mastered, you don't chase attrition just like that. But what will happen is, particularly when you are serving customers, imagine employees are there, so recruitment is done, but the employee is not fully on. How would you look at it? So some matrices around it definitely needs to be looked at. Second is area which can be definitely considered, because everything is around service, and service delayed is service denied. So would you like to consider not too many matrices, but few key matrices? What we have realized in a high growth environment, and particularly when organizations, even, why should I say high growth environment? Even if there is one or two hiring that you are doing, just after the interview, I would say emotions of the applicant is also raised. Now, is there a role which needs to be looked at differently? Yes, maybe the employee is expecting a closure. Closure is not always equal to an offer letter. It can be an offer letter as well. So that closure. So would you like to look at how soon that closure is happening? If it is happening with a delayed, maybe the person has moved on, it erodes the brand. Couple of areas. Many things we say that your specific question, Suparna, right, is you mentioned around looking at employee value. It's very difficult to measure outcomes of employee value proposition. Look at it through other proxies possibly. Is the organization growing? I would also say that how do you look at attrition? Because it's a very unique concept. Attrition in a period where there is economic, I would say during the period of COVID or during 2010, maybe many of you were in school during that period, attritions dropped down. So it is, the point I'm trying to make is it has another phase to it, and attrition, which is the market phase. And that actually changes the game of attrition significantly. Low attrition could also be an indication of a moderate level of attrition is also about acceptability of many of your employees in the overall job. I'm not saying whether it is good or bad. So it is a very different concept, but around service, around onboarding, around completion of, say, for example, completion of training, particularly if it is modules which you want your employees to go through. And it has to be done in time, otherwise it may pose a risk. Imagine the branch staff proposing a solution to a customer and a financial solution, but the staff is not trained. So would you like to have a staff who's not trained? So very threshold, I would say, matrices, which are operational matrices, which helps. And then there are many advanced, like we mentioned, which even today the investors look at it. Look at a report called BRSR. You will know how the investor community wants to look at organizations. There is a people section in it. You will get a glimpse of it. But to run, possibly these are few of it, and many more evolving. In fact, that we talked of technology, let me mention to you. Very, very simple, but very, I would say, critical concept. The bot is interacting with you, right? And you have trained the bot. How do you know whether Suparna has got the right response? How will you know? And how do you know that we have not given you a wrong response? And if a wrong response has been given, even if it is a tertiary element, is there a closure we need to do with you? How will you do it? Because you have planted a bot to interact. How would you do? Say, for example, calls are coming. And imagine an applicant is calling 10 times on one number, and we have one unique number. There is no other number exposed to applicants. Is that a marker? Maybe the first interaction was not a closure of the applicant. How would you know that? So there are few, I would say, operating matrices, Suparna, which we must possibly consider based on the business.
Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Manisha. So, in a hybrid world, how do organizations strike a balance between employee flexibility and productivity?
So, see, flexibility, productivity, okay, is going to stay. I'll give you a example. Yeah. So, why do we give flexibility? We give flexibility to ensure maximum productivity. Why do we, came up with this concept of corporate result program, when we have asked our employees to stay, okay, with go on a holiday with their family? Why have we done that? Because we want employees to be productive. There was an economic, thing or economic sense associated with it. Okay. For example, in a Mumbai kind of a situation, I'll tell you my reality. Okay, I stay at Navi Mumbai and my office is in Church. During the rainy seasons, it takes me 5 hours. Okay, my commute time is 5 hours. It takes a toll on my health. Okay. So, if organization has given me this flexibility to stay at home, okay, and work, then that's how I become productive. I start when I work from home. I start early in the morning. I start at 9. I continue till 8. Okay, and that's how my productivity increases. Plus, I also have that that fear. Okay, I'm working from home. I have to work more. That's human psychology. Okay, so that's how it is. So flexibility is given to ensure there is productivity associated with it. Okay, and when we are giving flexibility, that does not mean that organization will compromise on productivity. Both are interlinked. We don't give one and compromise on it. There is so during COVID times, after COVID times, in a hybrid model, we have never compromised on KPIs of an employee. The ask has never gone up. The ask has remained same. For example, during COVID times, insurance business was on peak. That's the time when we actually our business increased multifold. Selling was happening. Our salespeople were interacting through calls with the customers. So both are interlinked. Not you cannot say that it will give flexibility, productivity will go down. Yeah, it has an impact. With flexibility, the productivity improves. Okay, it has an impact on the mental well-being of the employees, and it helps organizations. My take on flexibility and productivity.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shijita. And so the question is, what are the emerging trends that you see in the evolution of employee value proposition as in the new environment of working?
In the new environment of working, again, I'm going to say hybrid because that's an experience that we have not experienced, and as of now, we don't see a need to experience that. But then the new model of working, the new type of organizations which will evolve, companies will need to commit or give an employee experience to the new generation or to the incoming employees is how ethical they are. Ethical organizations are going to score over the unethical organizations. Commitment to environment, commitment to government, ESG, what was spoken about in the first session, Kaushik was talking about, will play a very, very important role in creating the employee value proposition going forward. Economic viability as a larger model of sustainability will be there because companies need to be economically viable to sustain themselves in the business. But then going forward, ESG will play a major role in making its presence felt in the value proposition framework of organizations because sustainability or society, governance, and environment. These are the three pillars on which the society's future rests, and organizations have to focus and invest in them to remain sustainable. So I think ESG in its various forms and shapes will make its entry or have entered the EVP framework of organizations. That's my submission.
Are there any more questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Disha Botra, and my question is, how does your organization ensure the mental and emotional well-being of the employees?
So I'll give you the example of HDFC Ergo. Okay, the theme, the keywords when I spoke about our employee value proposition. Okay, there are keywords and the watchwords for this employee value proposition, and the watchwords are bring your whole self. Okay, customer first, employees always. So when we say that bring your whole self, okay, we understand that as an individual and employee, okay, there will be ups and downs in his life, in his entire employee life. Okay. So as an organization, I have to ensure, I have to accept that and give him the platform to overcome that. So when we speak about flexibility, for example, what we have done for our female colleagues to meet their challenges, we have given them flexibility to choose work from home. All our employees, even those who are supposed to work all 30 days from home, can choose to work 2 days in a month, work from home. 10 days in a year, they can choose to work from anywhere from entire world. Okay. Other things is, we encourage. So there is a watch from the senior management team, and we are very particular about. We see the leave patterns of employees. Each department scorecard on leaves is shared with the head of the department with a copy to JMD and CMD. So are employees taking leaves or not taking this? Are we giving them time off or not? Right? All these things helps employees to take care of their well-being. Other part of, some of our colleagues, they have older parents to take care of. We give them flexibility. There is a special leave which we give them to take care of their aging parents or in-laws. So that's the kind of support system that we have bringing. Other things is to enable. We understand, employees, they are in a hurry to reach to a job location, etc., etc. At the job locations, we ensure to organize mental well-being programs, yoga classes, all these things, all this infrastructure will try to provide to our employees. All this is done to ensure that employees have mental well-being, emotional well-being, and they become productive. So these are the things that we at HDFC Ergo do to take care of emotional well-being and mental well-being.
Thank you. I'm afraid we'll not have time for any more questions because otherwise we are going to delay the next session. But thank you so much, panelists. I think this was a very insightful discussion. And I was thinking about, one common thing, which I could derive from, all the deliberations that happened. So it's not like, one size fits all or one trend fits everything. So even if we talk about disruption and hybrid and role of technology, every organization has embraced it in its own way. Context is important. The nature of work, the business, the requirements of the customers, the employees is unique to each of the businesses that you represent. So we cannot say that, one fad will be true or one trend is going to be true for every organization. And the other takeaways I would say would be the unique practices that you shared. Whether it was uniqueness in the EVP, in the culture, how you were managing diversity. So the audience got a glimpse of this uniqueness and what makes your organizations so different from each other, the leaders in the industry. So thank you so much, for sparing time from your busy schedules and coming on a Saturday morning. Thank you so much.
As we move towards the end of the event, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Abhijit Bhattacharya, Mr. Anand Mishra, and Mr. Sujoy Banerjee for generously sparing time from their valuable and busy schedules. We would like Dr. Roma Puri to please extend a token of appreciation to them.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful day ahead. We request our guests to kindly join us for lunch in the conference room. We will start at 1:30. We request all the students to report back at 1:25 sharp. मेरे को वो लेना है Shontu can hear you. তুলে নাও ওগুলো তুলে নাও আমি তোকে হাত দিই তোরা হাত
Check, 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 check. Hello. Check. Hello. Check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello, hello.
যাই না যাই এদিক থেকে হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম বলুন হ্যাঁ লাঞ্চ করবেন
Check. Hello, hello, hello. জিরো জিরো হ্যাঁ তোমারগুলো সব জিরোতে রাখো যার যেটা লাগবে চেক হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো ক্লিয়ার আছে check, 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 check. Hello.
শান্তনু
Check. Hello. Hello.
লাগবে আরেকটা ব্যানার লাগবে তো
Yes. কাজ করছি এই যে ডিমারে হ্যাঁ চেক হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
চৈতন্য চৈতন্য তারপর বললেন আনতে গেছে
চেক হ্যালো 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 Yes.
একটা রয়েছে এখানে এটা জেনারেটর এটা নয় এটা নয় এটা নয় এটা একশো ঠিক আছে গাড়ি যেন না করে
এইটা হচ্ছে স্লাইড শুনতো ঠিক আছে এটা এখানে থাক মিনিমাইজ করে দাও
হ্যাঁ এখানে ঠিক আছে
আচ্ছা থাকবে এরকম
সেটিং করে দিয়েছি
এটা এখন স্ক্রিন শেয়ারিং এ চলে গেছে
হ্যাঁ
না করো না না মিনিমাইজ করে দাও এখন কিছু হচ্ছে না শুধু স্লাইডটাকে স্ক্রিন শেয়ারিং করে দিলে
ঠিক আছে
দেখি এটা দেখা যাচ্ছে না তো
না
ইউটিউবে এখন?
না না না
ঠিক আছে আচ্ছা কলার মাইক চারজনে
একদম
কলার মাইক দিন দাদা
আছে আছে লাগবে এখন
মাইক মিউট করো
হ্যালো
মাইক মিউট হবে
হ্যালো 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 চেক হ্যালো 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 চেক হ্যালো 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 চেক হ্যালো
ফার্স্টটাকে সেট আপ করতে করে আমাদের কি টাইম লাগে একটা বলো
Our moderator, Dr. Tirthankar Nag, Professor and Dean, Research and International Relations at IMI Kolkata. We request Kirti to welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers. As we set the stage for the summit, let's approach it with receptiveness and open-mindedness. Without further delay, we are honored to present our distinguished guest speakers for the summit. We have with us today Mr. Amitabh Tripathi. Mr. Tripathi is an advanced analytics enthusiast with about 26 years of experience in US, UK, and India. He has consulted Fortune 500 companies to develop and execute scalable data science strategies to transform businesses through enhanced decision-making capabilities in manufacturing, retail, and CPG industries. He is a senior vice president and head analytics consulting and solutions in the group data and analytics at Aditya Birla Group based in Bangalore. Mr. Tripathi enables the improved business decision-making using data in the group's varied businesses ranging from cement, chemicals, metals to fashion and retail and financial services. Before joining ABG, he played leadership roles in companies such as Tridents, MU Sigma, and Tata Group. He worked closely with the business users globally for several years, as well as led analytics solutions and delivery, thus has a greater appreciation of the data and analytics in business transformation. He advises startups with the intent to build a stronger ecosystem. He holds a master's degree in statistics from the Indian Statistical Institute. Heartiest welcome to you, sir.
We now have with us Mr. Deeptiman Rai Chaudhary. Mr. Rai Chaudhary, a principal solution architect at Amazon Web Services, brings with him an impressive career spanning over 2 decades. He has accumulated a wealth of experience collaborating with renowned global enterprises such as Google, Wipro, Cognizant, TCS, and many others. Mr. Rai Chaudhary has earned his BE degree from Jadavpur University and has attained several notable certifications, including FinOps Certified Practitioner, accredited by FinOps, and Google Certified Professional Data Engineer, among many others. Over the last 8 years, he has been closely involved in designing, developing, and deploying large-scale analytics and machine learning systems to generate business insights at scale. His insights and expertise have proven invaluable to enterprises in India and APAC countries. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Deeptiman Rai Chaudhary.
Next, we have with us Mr. Sudipto Mukherjee. With more than 18 years of experience, Mr. Mukherjee is a true expert in data science and business analytics. He has played pivotal roles in enabling data and analytics-driven decision-making cultures in prestigious organizations such as Bhabha Atomics Research Center, HCL Technologies Limited, Imami Limited, and currently heads the Corporate Data and Analytical Program at RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Mr. Mukherjee holds a gold medalist in engineering from Jadavpur University and MBA from SP Jain and certifications in business analytics from IIM Kolkata and data science from Harvard. His expertise spans BI strategy and implementation, digital transformation, advanced analytics, and product management. It is a pleasure to have you with us, sir.
It is our pleasure to introduce our distinguished moderator for the summit, Dr. Tirthankar Nag, Professor and Dean, Research and International Relations. Bringing an impressive 27-year career marked by diverse experiences in various sectors, Dr. Nag has a distinguished professional background. He has lent his expertise to esteemed organizations such as CESC Limited, PwC, SBI Capital Markets Limited, and KPMG. Presently, Dr. Nag serves as the Professor and Dean, Research and International Relations at IMI Kolkata. Dr. Nag has a BE degree from Jadavpur University and a doctorate earned from IIM Ahmedabad. His academic contributions have earned him numerous awards and accolades, including the prestigious Sahir Memorial Award, along with other recognitions. As an academic administrator, he has held several key positions at IMI Kolkata, including Director, Dean Academics, Dean Research and International Relations, and Chairperson of the doctoral program. He has been an integral part of various administrative committees contributing to the institution's growth and development. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Tirthankar Nag. Moving on with the event, I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Nag to moderate this summit, followed by the Q&A at the end.
Okay, thank you so much. Hope I'm audible. So there was a special reason actually we had kept this session in the afternoon, right? Because this session is going to be really exciting. I see 3 luminaries beside me, and they are supposed to talk about new things, new technologies, new business models, which are supposed to sort of shake you out of slumber, right? So first we'll just have around 10 to 12 minutes where each of the speakers can probably give their own expositions and ideas on where this data-driven world is going forward, what are the components of this world actually, and what are the challenges and other issues that are there, right? And then, and of course, we can have Q&As, and after that, we'll have a discussion around them, right? Is it fine with? Absolutely. So we'll, start with our very distinguished co-panelist, Mr. Amitabh Tripathi. So if you can just enlighten our students. Our students have, some of them in the second year have background in these technologies, are part of them. So if you can enlighten them about your ideas on this field.
Sure. Afternoon, everybody. Dr. Nag, you said that it's an exciting event, but after lunch, people will fall asleep. Very excited to be here for 2 reasons. I'm with the most brilliant set of people. And the second reason, very important, is that I'm speaking in front of my mentor guide, Amit Sengupta here. A bit nervous as well, so excuse me for that. So I'll talk about maybe 2 or 3 things as my opening comment. I'd like to keep it more interactive and would love to more interact than monologue. Let me first ask a question that when you hear digital transformation, what comes in your mind? Digital transformation, many of you have heard. Some may think it's a buzzword, but some may think something more than that. Please share what you think, what comes in your mind. Anybody want to raise hand? Convenience, that's excellent. Introduction of new technology, yeah. Anything else? Fast working, efficiency, you mean? Yeah. Yes. So I couldn't hear. Seamless experience, yeah. Anyone else? Anything new coming up in your mind? Digital, I feel like a big elephant in front of a blind person, and the blind person touches one part of the elephant and thinks that's the elephant. So it kind of seems like that. So what I'll do in my initial 10 minutes or so, I'll give a few examples from my own experience I've been doing in my past life and in Birla as well. And then probably I'll also try to provide a framework from these experiences, from these examples, to give a holistic picture of digital transformation. That what we mean by that. It will involve the business models as well. Okay, so the few examples, when we talk about business models in the digital and data era, we talk about essentially 2 big elements. One is that for the existing business models, we have these, say, Birla House, if I take an example, 100+ years conglomerate in commodity business. We do cement, we do big in aluminum, copper, textiles, fashion, carbon, all these are manufacturing, chemicals. And then we also have some B2C businesses like fashion, Louis Philippe, Van Heusen, Allen Solly, there are about 10+ brands. We also have financials, health insurance, life insurance, housing loans, and AMC, so on. So with these businesses, something was running already, even when digital data wasn't very popular or efficient like today. How did they run? So something has changed in that business model. So I'll talk about that, the existing models, how it has changed. and some new business models. So, over lunch, Amit was talking about that some of us cannot even imagine the new business models, the new way of thinking. So if I just put aside the traditional business models, how are you thinking about new business models? And how are you doing that? So first, when you talk about the existing business models, there are two areas, B2B and B2C, business to business, where our customers are also businesses, right? So we provide aluminum to customers who make windows for you, or a bar for you, and so on. And cement we provide to the customers like contractors, builders who build home for you. So when you do that, we have a supply chain. We have sourcing going on. We have, say, if I talk about cement, we take limestone as input. Then we have coal, pet coke as fuel. We have energy and a lot of adhesives. That kind of goes through a process. It's probably about 45 minutes process to produce cement. It involves a lot of heavy instruments, equipments. Now, in that process, what happened in the pre-digital era? There would be maintenance engineers in the plant. And if I talk about these instruments, there'd be somebody who would be doing a precursor, like a roller, like a crusher, then like a kiln. They'll push through this, manually observing the temperature, the pressure, vibration, and they would tweak some of these to produce the cement. Then they would be doing a test for 4 hours. Later, the result comes in. They'll tweak the adhesive or the temperature, pressure to really get the best quality cement. Pretty much that's what happens. Now, with the digital era, we put IoT devices, the Internet of Things. So we have about 1,000 plus IoT devices chipped in throughout this value chain, starting from the preheater, calciner, kiln to cooler. So essentially what has happened now is that whatever is coming to the kiln, we already know that what happened in the preheater or the calciner. What is the temperature? What was the pressure? What was the flow? We have that information there. Now, using this, what it means is that all these equipments are now connected. Now, can I predict that if I, instead of 1340 degree in the kiln, can I make it 1250 degrees Celsius temperature, yet I can produce the same quality cement? So that's the kind of benefit you can get just because we have connected all these equipments together now. So now these things are not isolated anymore. So systems and the things are connected. Of course, there are challenges that how do you get this data at volume and connect to the IT systems to process, but that's something we can talk it later. That's like one thing has changed. The second thing that has changed for businesses is that we produce a downstream process for our fashion, textile, or aluminum for that matter. And our consumers are downstream customers who would take, for example, they would take a fiber, set of fiber, that's like cotton. And then in their spinner, they'll spin it to create the yarn, like a daga type of thing. And then they make fabric. Now, each of these spinners who are our customers, they are small businesses. They have machines to process this fiber to create the yarn. Now, based on their machines in the yarns, the quality of fiber would be determined that this quality is good for me or not, because I have a different machine than he has. So then how do you customize our quality of the fiber that we are producing, basis the information that my customers are giving me? Now, earlier, of course, it's very hard. It's all offline. They have their offline spinning machines. I couldn't get information in real time. But today, we are connecting to their systems. And they have got an IoT device implemented, installed in their machine. Now I know that what kind of conditions they are operating in. I can allocate that fiber quality or copper quality as per their requirements. So I'm able to customize quality. It's kind of helping with two things now. One is that it's helping with the quality for that customer. Second is that, for example, copper, commodity based. Copper is produced from the copper concentrate or cathode. That's coming from the mines. I have limited control on the quality of that cathode. Now, I cannot produce the best quality copper using that information. So then whatever is available to me, can I produce the best possible copper and allocate to the right customer? You see how that this business model is helping me reduce my cost by improving my quality and customer satisfaction. That's really what is happening. So like this, we are doing a lot of the improvement from a sourcing perspective, from the energy savings perspective, asset utilization. Supply chain is a big way because logistics is now all connected. So I can predict what's the ETA going to be. I can inform the customers. Again, that's a very efficient supply chain. That's happening. Let me talk about a little bit about the new business models. Could be exciting for you, right? So what has happened for the B2C world? If I look at, and most of you are aware of that, we all browse. We all have phones, we browse, and everybody has a website now or a mobile app. You would look at that, what am I going? What am I browsing? So all your activities are kind of captured and being analyzed and looked at so that we can personalize your experience. So next time, if Professor Nag is visiting a browser, I can probably offer the most relevant product to you. Amazon, Flipkart, they have mastered it. Now, what has changed in that process? So if I think about it, the two things is changing there. Can I create more marketplaces? Say, for example, we have also a health insurance business. Now, in health insurance, I can sell insurance as per your demographic, age, education, social background, and so on and so forth. But can I also bring in ecosystem players, gym membership one, your lifestyle kind of companies, nudge companies? Can I create nudge for you to be more active? And that is personalized for you. So instead of an insurance company, can I become a health management company for you? Because as a person, you were never supposed to buy insurance. You are not born to buy insurance, right? You are born to live a life. Now, how can we be partnering with that objective? So insurance could be an enabler, but not the main thing in life. So that way, using this platform approach, we can enable that. And the same thing for fashion, same thing for our phone as well, telephone company also, Vodafone also we have. So we kind of doing that. That's one thing happened there. But the bigger thing that I can talk about is probably more exciting is the B2B industry. How do we look at the new business models in the B2B industry? Let me talk about the couple of things that have changed in the last maybe 2-3 years, especially. One is the mobile adoption. All of you see that. You see economic growth, GDP is very high. More excitingly, something has happened, that is our UPI payment. If I talk today, it's about 50% of the world's digital payment is through UPI today. If I think about bank account penetration, 17% to 81% today in 7 years. And all businesses happen through bank account, all the SME, MSME payments through bank account. Now, what is the main challenge of these guys? Lending is a main challenge. These SMEs or MSMEs in India, they need working capital or cash flow to run their business. That's their main challenge. Demand is not a problem today. India is producing for the world. We have infrastructure, we have UPI, we have Aadhaar. If I think about the public India stack, we have Aadhaar, that's the people flow I call. We got UPI, that's the money flow. And then you have got multiple IT systems connected for the information flow. Now, using this public data, what kind of private innovation can we do? That's the story that we are talking about. Now, some of the things that we are working on is that think about SMEs today. Let me give an example. Visas and MasterCard. Any idea that how many debit cards they have today? Visas and MasterCard. Any numbers for anybody? Mine. We are 1.4 roughly billion people. Any number comes in mind? So there are 600 million debit cards they have. Now, so they have data for all these people, but they only have very few, credit card or BNPL, buy now, pay later kind of offers. Any idea how many of 600 million would be getting a credit card from Visa or MasterCard? One in 10. So 10%. 1 in 10 people get that. The remaining 9 people, they don't give. The reason is they don't have enough history. 3 years, consistent salary. They don't have. Now that's the story for India. Unlike a US where you have got more salaried people. So given this India situation, how do you invent a system where you can leverage the India stack and the public technology to enable these guys to get lending, borrow money so that they can do business? Now think about the SMEs. SMEs today, if you look at the bank's rules, they talk about a 3 years growth in their revenue in order to give them a loan, 1 year working capital. Now it's about 14.8, roughly 15% of these SMEs, they're eligible for loan. And that's not going to help our India story to grow because we have got demand, we are producing for the world. So instead of what you're doing now is that instead of looking at this 15% who are getting anyway loan, I think, and for your fact, it's about 12% they get loan already from this 15%. So instead of going for 3%, we talk about the 85%. So what we are doing now is that we have got SMEs who are supplying to Ultratech, Hindalco, chemicals. How do we enable loan? How can we enable these guys to borrow money from us so that they can run their business more efficiently? They were working flow. Now, how do we do that? Can we give them 1 year money? No, we can't give. Because this guy, I don't even know, because this guy doesn't have enough history to show that I've got profitable business. I don't know that. So if I give them loan for 1 year cash flow, I'll be in trouble. So what do? We look at this guy and saying that, well, I cannot do 1 year for you, but can I do 3 months for you? 2 months or 3 months cash flow for you. Now, will that be helpful? They say yes, because in 3 months time, I can produce the goods and supply it. I can get my capital back. So 3 months is good. Now, how do we minimize our risk? Because I know how much outstanding they will have. How do I know that? Because they have got GST filings. So from GST filings, I would know how much outstanding they have, how much potentially they can get, and hence I can offer them some loan. So this is how that whole new business model coming up there to enable that. The second thing is the platform approach. Imagine there are companies like, see the food processors, like the mixer and grinders, and now they have got very fancy food processor. It will probably cook food for you and give it to you, right? Now these companies, what are they doing now? They are creating a platform and they're inviting you and I, people that are, Mama's recipe and all of those different ways to create that business. It's all platform approach. And when this is one more example of that, that's going to happen soon as well. So the idea is that given these kind of a tech architecture, that's public technology, and the takes care of security and data, the payment gateway, etc., it's enabling a lot of folks to participate in the marketplace. So that's the new business model, and it's going to impact our B2B and B2C both across the industries. So I will, with that, I'll probably just leave there, and I'll probably come back.
Okay, thank you so much. I guess we are sort of looking at some snippets of a very large industry. How you have really, basically automated that. How is data playing a big role? And I think the most exciting part of it is that you are talking of creating new marketplaces, right? So entirely new business models which are really coming out of it. And we'll, of course, like to talk about it later going on. So I'd like to go forward to Mr. Diptiman Raichaudhuri and request him to give his opening remarks on how he sees the industry going forward, and whether he would like to give some messages to the students as we are discussing earlier. Yes, then the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Nath. So taking a cue from Mr. Tripathi when he was talking about change, not only change in the business model, but also change in how data is produced, how data is consumed. And he talked about digital data, which is very, very important, which comprises of our data. We spend so much time on internet, which gives huge volume of digital data, which is our data. And then, of course, he spoke about connected data, where factories and shop floors connected vehicles, all these produce data as well. So I'll talk on two things. Mostly one is what is the relevance of digital data? And my second thing would be on what are these change agents, how these changes are accelerated, and how do I see students like you taking charge of your own career and contributing this change. So I'll keep my short talk in these two categories, if I may, Professor Nag. So I'll start with digital data and what is the relevance of data at all. The relevance of data falls off exponentially, if I might say so. So unless you capture data and unless you decide on what to do with that data very, very soon, almost real time, the relevance of the data falls off. A quick example is, let's say you look at your GPay transactions or your PhonePe transactions or any of these UPI transactions that you make. Very, very rarely would you go back and look at a transaction which is more than 30 days old. It would be even a rarer case to look at transactions which are 60 days old. Unless, of course, you've done a transaction which is of a huge quantity and you are paying the price for it, paying EMIs and stuff like that. But the fact is, the relevance of data is very, very important. With which come the notion of real-time data processing. How can I react to data quickly? How can I react to data quickly to know if my customer wants something else, if I have an opportunity to sell something else to my customer, to make the experience of my customer better, to know when my machine is going to fail 5 minutes earlier than it is actually failing, to know when my electric vehicle clutch wire might break 15 kilometers ahead, so that I could let my electric vehicle driver know that there is a customer center which is 5 kilometers away. So that's the relevance of capturing data. We call real-time data, real-time analytics, real-time decision making. And I see a very, very upward trend in enterprises adopting real-time decision making, capturing data quickly, deciding on that data quickly. Some of the use cases I talked about, right? So electric vehicle, where connected vehicles emanate all these data, and there are systems which capture this data. We work with many of such customers within India, electric vehicle manufacturers, where we're building these platforms on top of Amazon Web Services, AWS. Similarly, personal data, where you would know the customer behavior quickly enough so that you could create effective marketing campaigns, create effective upsell and cross-sell strategies around it, etc. So that was number one, the digital data and what is the relevance of this digital data, and how and why you need to work on this digital data sooner rather than later. Number two, the second thing which I wanted to talk about is what is this change agent, right? 20 years back, more than 20 years back when I started my career, it was not very easy to gather and extract data from all possible systems. I would say it was almost impossible to take data outside, let's say, a manufacturing facility. It was very, very, very difficult. But with cloud computing, what we see is the challenge and the entry barrier of creating a data intensive system has gone down significantly. So it is fairly easy and simple to build these solutions on a cloud computing platform rather than building it in on-premise, because it lets you fail fast. It lets you experiment quickly so that you don't end up spending a lot of money, but then having to live with a lot of failures at your kitty. So experimentation and failing fast is very, very important when you apply these cloud computing principles for collecting and taking insights from data. Now, as students, what I really would encourage is, remember, knowing around data and then finding insights from it using traditional data analytics technologies as well as more modern advanced analytics technologies like machine learning, like using large language models and generative AI techniques, which is, I would say, a field which is still evolving fast enough. But what I do feel is it would require a little bit of foundational knowledge. And that foundational knowledge is not science fiction. You don't need to learn hi-fi things, but at least certain level of maths is something which you should always pursue in order to figure out what is wrong when you develop your advanced analytics models. And it's not rocket science. You just need to brush up on your linear algebra, on your multivariate calculus, on your stochastic processes, on heuristics, on simple statistics, etc., so that you don't come across somebody who only knows how to use a model, but you come across as somebody who knows how to use that model, how to tune it, fine tune it for the business, and then take out benefits from it. So I would keep it short, Professor Nag, and then come back to you.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Rachudri. I guess we are, looking at a world which is going to be more and more, data driven actually. And you are talking of real-time data, right? So, not only are we talking of a world which is being data driven, but decisions are being taken in real time. So that they become very fast actually, and can be implemented much more earlier than human decisions actually, right? So of course, I will like to come back to you, later to understand what are some of these technologies which are actually driving this. So we are all interested to know about that.
Sure.
So I would like to go forward to Mr. Sudipto Majumdar actually. So yesterday we had a very interesting conversation, and of course I sort of maybe I told Majumdar, right? It is Mukherjee, right? That is my bad actually. So yesterday we had this very interesting conversation of where the world is going. So what kind of trends are there in this so-called digital world actually? And he came across with a lot of examples which maybe if you sort of listen from him directly, so that would really excite you. And of course, what is being done in the RPSD group actually, right? So if you can, just talk about that.
So yeah, good afternoon everyone, and firstly, it's great.
I think your microphone,
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, so it's good to be back in the campus. 15 years back, I used to sort of sit on the other side of it and listen through all this type of similar sessions, and it's really good that whatever we have gained over the last multiple years of our experience, we can share. Now, I will split my discussion in two parts. First is obviously I will cover the key trends which are shaping the data and analytics industry per se. And then I will move on to some real life use cases and examples that we are seeing evolving across the industry scape, and few of those which I have also sort of worked on. So coming to the industry trends, one of the key things which is coming up and which we are seeing across is analytics is becoming pervasive, democratized, and composable. Now, what do I mean by that? If you look at analytics, democratization of data and insights is very important. There was a time when analytics was only restricted to tech people in the organization. They will sort of create the reports and dashboards and sort of provide it to business for interpreting those reports and understanding the business insight, how it is done well or how it is not done well over a period of time. But now the technology is so much matured that business themselves are capable enough, or they have been sort of empowered to use some of these AI and analytics platforms to start looking at their own data and get the insights from the data. And the technology enablers for that, platforms like data lake, the pervasive cloud architecture, on-demand analytics platforms, all these are like building blocks which have helped business to get that level of maturity. The second part is composable analytics. Like over a period of time, what has happened, typically companies had invested in multiple BI tools. Now the problem there was that there was duplication of efforts, duplication of end outputs of reports and dashboards, and a lot of cost overruns. Now, Gartner did a recent survey and they sort of came back that 60% of these companies are going to sort of consolidate all those investments and basically build an architecture which is a mix and match of all the components that they existing have in their existing architecture and build business applications on top of it. So that's what composable analytics is. The second piece is how AI and ML is playing a role. Like what we have seen is that there was a time when AI ML just started, but now we are seeing more and more businesses are operationalizing AI. By that I mean that they are basically including AI in the business workflows. So there are many use cases around that, but one of the things that is happening is that companies are sort of investing in AI ML tools more seriously. Projects are being sort of sponsored, and these are being run as small proof of concepts, because the industry has learned it the hard way that there is no big bang approach in this sort of projects. You sort of define a scope, you run a proof of concept for a shorter period of time, see the success, fine tune your algorithms, and once you see a reasonable level of accuracy, then you sort of scale up and apply it across the business. So that is an approach that is evolving, and many companies are sort of going that route. In fact, that's what in RTSG also we are following, going by POT, POC sort of concept in any analytics new initiatives. The other part is the amount of data that is getting consumed in various formats. Like if you look at the type of data that organizations capture, 90% of it is unstructured, and it's very difficult to handle it by the traditional BI tools per se. And there, your AI ML tools are very smarter and faster in terms of ingesting those data and making sense out of it, putting a structure to it so that it can be ready for analysis and analytics. So that's the fourth piece of it. Then the fifth piece of it is edge computing and edge analytics. Like there's a lot of data which is getting generated across IoT devices, like machine data coming from sensors. Now the traditional centralized analytic tools are not equipped enough to handle that volume of data. And that's where edge computing is taking a big role, where basically the analytics and the processing is closer to the device, and you are doing more analytics and real-time insights therefore at the device level, which can therefore help in use cases like predictive maintenance of equipment across manufacturing factory. If it's streaming data coming from your applications and websites, like in the banks, they are using this for detecting fraudulent transactions. So edge analytics and edge computing hand in hand is another evolving trend that we are seeing. The other piece which is coming up is that with all this data coming in, what about the data security and privacy? So we obviously understand there's a lot of customer data that companies are sort of gathering as part of the business transactions across the different touch points that companies have with the end consumers. Now there, we also know that there is a recent data protection bill the government has rolled out, and there are mandates which companies need to adhere to. Like you need to store data only what is required to the period that it is required, and then you need to have a consent from the data principal, like the end consumers are like data principals who are sharing the data, and the data fiduciaries are basically the companies who are processing the data. So data fiduciaries have more responsibility in terms of ensuring that the data is used only for the purpose for which it is collected and not anything else. Otherwise, there are like implications, both penalties are really high. So companies are therefore focusing on devising their solutions, their entire approach to reach out to customers around that data protection legislation. So that's, I think, the sixth piece which we are seeing evolving. And in terms of, I would say, since we are all sort of at a juncture where there is a lot of data science and data analytics type of jobs coming up, I'm referring to more of the job market. There is a scarcity of resources who are required, and there is a real gap in terms of what is the demand and what is the supply. And that's where, like, my recommendation here will be that it's a good juncture that there are a lot of resources now available online in terms of learning the different concepts, some of which Diptiman touched upon, and equip yourself. This is the stage you can sort of broaden your horizon and learn as much possible across a variety or plethora of AI and ML tools. As I speak, every week there are some new AI tools are getting launched, but then every AI tool has a use case to serve, and understand those use cases, how it can help. There are a lot of ready-made data sets available, like you have Kaggle, you have UCLA data sets, which you can use. The key thing is not to fall in a trap of learning paralysis, like which many people who sort of embark on this journey get into, that attending multiple courses, videos, and then it becomes theoretical. So boot camps is one good way where sort of you can get real insights, work on real projects with a group of people, and then learn from it. So that's the last piece of it. Now, in terms of business models, I'll touch upon few business models. Like, for example, in my past organization, IMAMI, we were an FMCG company. Multiple brands are there. Some of these are like you might be aware, like Navratna Oil, and then Kesh King, and then Boroplus and Jandu, spanning across consumer care and healthcare divisions. Now, one of the things that was felt across the company is that how we can improve the saliency at a retail outlet level. Like, if I explain the FMCG construct, typically you have a sales team which is placed in the head office, and then you have a typical sales hierarchy, like you have regional sales manager, under them you have area sales manager, and then area sales executives, and then finally you have the salesmen. The salesmen are typically on the distributor payrolls, whereas the entire sales hierarchy till your area sales executive is in the company payrolls. So your actual activity of selling in the outlets is done by the salesman, who are managed by the distributor, not by the parent CPG company. Now, once sales are being done, over a period of time, what IMAMI was seeing is that we are not seeing that growth which we want to. There is a steady growth, but we wanted to do more. And what was the problem is something that we wanted to analyze. Now, the important thing is that the analysis that we got and the feedback that we got was more from the ground salesman people, which was more valuable to us than the people who are sitting in the head office and doing the sales analytics, was that when they come to the outlets and ask the outlet owner what items to sell or they want, typically the outlet owner is more comfortable ordering stuff which he is used to order. He will just look at back and look at the shelf and say, okay, give me 2 units of 50 ml of Kesh King. That's what possibly is stocked out for him. But there was no recommendation engine which was basically driving that discussion between the salesman and the outlet owner. It was very transactional discussion which was happening till now. So what we did is that analyze the sales data at an outlet level, and then come out with an understanding that how we can recommend upselling SKUs and cross-selling SKUs. Basically, how we can push the outlet to buy more of what they're buying historically, and also buy new items which they are not buying, but their cohort or the cluster is buying. So basically, we started with a clustering algorithm where basically we clubbed all the retail outlets in a similar geography with a similar class, because outlets are also having different class based on the business volume that they generate. And then the output of that clustering was the recommendations that came in. While we built nice dashboards and basically those insights were available in the sales head office, but how about cascading those insights to the sales people? That was the last mile, right? So we talk about data and insights, but then it's important to put insights into action. Now, unless you put the insights into action, you don't get the output. So typically every day the sales head office team will do this analysis at an outlet level and communicate all those insights to the ground level distributors, and they in turn will instruct the salesman to do certain change in action the next day when they visit the outlets. What we felt that is not helping. What we did was the output of those analytics, those insights, were actually fed in the mobile Salesforce automation app, which the salesman carries to the outlet to do the ordering, basically the order taking app. We created a small provision there so that when they visit the outlet, they can see that for that outlet, for that day, what are the items which can be sold cross-sold also, and what is the suggested order quantity. So sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. So that way what happened is that the discussion at that interface between the outlet owner and the salesman was no more transactional. It was insight oriented, and they were enabled with that information to take action at the ground level. Once we did that, and that was also done by a POT approach, it was done for 6 markets over a 3-month period, we found that the saliency improved. In fact, then we rolled out pan India, and then we found that it led to a monthly like 84 lakhs increase in bills in terms of the KPIs. So normally we measure the KPIs like how many lines are sold per bill or what is the total value of the bill. So we found around 6-7% improvement. So this is a real example of how data to insight and then final the last mile converting the insight to action help. And that is where basically the whole ecosystem of analytics and business applications marry together, because unless your analytics can feed into business applications, possibly you won't get the ROI that you're looking for.
Okay, thank you so much. That was so interesting actually. So we actually see that there are typically 2 trends running, right? One is new tech and the other is data. How do you monetize data? Right. So 2 streams are running. What we found that in these discussions actually. And interestingly, we also found that some new business models and business ideas are coming up. As we saw that we are talking of new marketplaces being created. We talked of real-time data. And we also talked of plugging in data and analytics into business application and solving last mile problems. Right? So all these are very interesting for us. Now, we are just carrying some things actually from these discussions that you just mentioned that okay, there is a huge supply demand mismatch, right? So from everyone, I'm getting the sense that okay, though we'd like to do a lot about data and technology, but somehow there is a supply demand mismatch actually, and which can be really tapped into. Now we have got all the students out here who also might be really interested to sort of hear your ideas on that. That how do you really plug that supply demand mismatch? Because that is a kind of a key concern for the industry. Yes, I just sort of like to get into free flowing discussion. Like anybody would like to sort of take that up.
Supply demand from the resourcing point of view?
Yes, please, yes.
I'll probably, can I get my slide? I had one slide here. Is it possible? I just want to give a perspective that the examples that I kind of gave, I want to share, I think the other one. That when I say, the whole digital transformation, today I was just, traveling with Harshita and Rahul in the cab, and I was asking that what kind of classes you have. I think Harshita mentioned that we have Tableau, we have visualizations, etc. I want to kind of probably also provide a perspective there that when I say data analysis, is it visualization, is it regression model, is it time series, or today we have neural network models or clustering? Is it that, or what is beyond? How to make it more useful for businesses? So the example that I gave to make it more relevant, not this one. Are you giving me another slide? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Sorry, I couldn't see that properly. So if you look at this, I'll probably just stand up if it is okay. Sorry. So look at from the bottom here. This is the whole transformation framework, but look from the bottom. I should have made it more animated, but just please bear with me. Focus here. This is all data layer. You got all data. Diptiman spoke about it. Sudipta spoke about a bit. From this data, and this data also you got augmenting with the DPI, that's the government data that's coming up here. We've got ULIP now. We got India Stack. A lot of data coming up from the toll plaza, logistics, and so on. So you got augmenting here. We've got info security, privacy, Sudipta talked about. We have technology platform built on this. Then you've got business platforms built on this. These are all business use cases. If you look at it, it has a logistics, energy, and so on. They have got algorithms. They are leveraging this data and these practices, DevOps, MLOps, these are all practices to scale and the secure way we are building these platforms. And this is the top layer. If you see, just leave it this one for now. The top layer is the business question. Whatever technology you have, unless I ask the right question, this is no good for us. So can I imagine what question to ask to improve my top line, bottom line, customer experience, risk? Around these 4 areas, can I ask questions? Now, when I passed in 97, it used to be called that there is a business question given to you, and data was expensive. So we had a course called sample survey and design of experiments, because data was expensive. But today, data is cheap. What's happening is I've got a lot of data, secured way, technology platform, and so on. Now, what question to ask? Now, that's going to be difficult. So the question is now more expensive than data. And that's what the question is. So first, to align with that one, around these different business groups, we have a lot of workshops, debate to identify what question to answer. Because if you say go, I know data, I'll give an example. Our sales guy would say that, do a demand forecasting for me. Why demand forecasting? We can serve our customer better. Oh, really? If I know demand, say I've got 100 units, can I ensure with that information that I can deliver in time? No, right? I mean, that's really one very small part of it. The point is, how do I engage the production scheduling team, the marketing team, the raw materials and sourcing team, the logistics team, aligned to serve the customer? Now, that's the problem today. So that is coming to my second layer. This is called operating model. This layer, more often than not, we forget about it. We think about the technology, sophistication here. We also think about some business problems, but this layer is not thought through. So this makes it only one time. I did one forecasting. It will not help deliver a customer experience, because there is something called org decision rights. How the decisions are being made, who is using this data, how do I liaison with the front-end workers who are going to use these insights? That's the whole cultural aspect. We had the previous summit, the HR summit, we had got a culture element here. Given this new workforce, how should a manager behave? What kind of questions should he be asking? How do you create that open culture? There are many more things, because to solve these problems, for any of these problems, there will be like a factor map. If I think about a sales improvement, bottom line, risk, we talk about sustainability, there can be multiple aspects of it. Can I involve all different generations people to diversify my thought process? Now, that's the cultural aspect. Funding is a big element. Who is paying for this? Unlike a ERP, that's like way of business. For a data science project, it's a good to have. Some business leader might say that, look, I don't need that. I don't have 5 crore to invest right now. How do you secure funding for this project? It's not a POC. Sudhita spoke about the POC, that I do one POC. Now, after that, if I have to scale it, I need funding. So how do you plan for this? So we look at this complete stack, and we call something called digital ambition for each businesses. Something we do first of this, and then as we walk through, we keep changing the problems that we solve. And there's a roadmap here. We talk about run, change, enablement. That's like a transformation, like the basic infrastructure for data and so on. Optimization, I spoke about some of the existing business models. How do you improve that? And the transformation is a new business model. You think about that way. We also use this perspective that financially, what's the gain? For each of these initiatives, can I work out a financial gain? More often than not, that's a short-term perspective. Because these are the things that long-term it takes to really reflect on the financial performance. The second one is very important. The quality, complexity, the operational aspect of it. Can I look at that way? And the capability building. So all of the different aspects in sales, for example, if I'm creating some accelerators to improve the capability, that's going to be long-term value for us. So when you're talking about the value framework aligned to this, I keep all of these elements in perspective to really value the initiative so that I can justify my funding and planning for the next few years. That's how we look at it. Now, as a student, we think about it. My request would be, don't look at only this part, because more often than not, this part, and with ChatGPT coming in and so on, many of these things could be automated, just the pure algorithms. So I think, both of my panelists talked about the math part of it. I can't stress this more because that's very, very crucial. And I probably leave with this one example that the students should remember. And I was telling this to somebody today also, that, little fun part, if you have these two bottles, if I add this to, my height is double. What happened to the weight? This is height is double. What happened to the weight? Double. Now imagine I don't have a football here. Imagine a football, like a football. You put one more football on top of it. What happened to my height? Double, right? Height is double. But the volume grew. The volume grew. Now, if you think about volume and the weight is kind of proportion, then what happened to the weight? Because your height double, but the volume grew, what happened to the weight? Any guess? For a football, what's the volume? That's like a very old math. Someone has to record. 4 by 3 pi r per cube. That's the cubic, right? So what happened if you double the height, your weight became cubic. Now imagine all of us have this BMI, body mass index, right? Body mass index formula, anybody remembers? What's the formula for BMI? Yeah, what's the formula for that? How do you compute that? Height by weight square. Yeah, so why is that square? Why is it not proportion? I mean, I can also do the proportion, right? Height by weight and then do it. Because I know that, somebody's tall and somebody's be heavy weight and so on, right? But that's what the point is. Because the way human grows is not a cylinder. If it was cylinder, then I would say height by weight. If it's a football, I will say height by weight cube. But we human don't grow that way, neither football nor a bottle, right? So we are somewhere in between. And that's why you do height by weight square. Now, this part, if you are not thinking about from the medical perspective, then you would look at it as any variables. You put weights and heights in the model, and you'll do a model. And you can put very sophisticated neural network model, optimization, you do all sorts of analysis. But the fact is, these two are connected in a very special way. They are not linear, they have a spatial relationship. How do you capture that spatial relationship in a variable and use that in the analysis? That's where data scientist role is going to be. Because that part, normally, I mean, again, probably AI can do that after a few years. But till now, that's something human is feeding, that I want you to look at these kind of variables. And this is going to be very specific for different industry. How it is, say, for us, we do in cement industry, we do kiln. In the kiln, we got a kiln temperature. In that, I cannot say that this temperature 1400 is absurd. I cannot say that. Because I have to see that temperature with respect to the RPM and the feed quality. So that ratio is important. So what is the ratio? So in my mind, when you think about a data science student, look at that you choose the problem and then look at that domain. Think about in that domain what kind of factors and why that factor is useful in making a decision. That's what I probably focus on. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. So I was about to say that don't be sad about the lack of animations because he was so animated. So and I guess I the same thing I think we have been hearing over time, which has been told by Narayan Murthy also, that look, we Indians, we can solve problems really well, but we cannot create a problem. That's what you have been actually been saying, right? So we have to sort of somehow get into the art of creating that problem, asking the right questions, right? So that's one focus point. So coming over to Diptiman. So as we see that there is a lack of basically talent in this area actually. So are there any ways that industries are bridging the gap, or like companies are they trying to bridge the gap?
Yes. So there are two aspects of it. One is, of course, how companies like us, we are trying to closely work with students, both around B school, and even lower grade students like high school as well. And how do we keep them motivated in terms of learning all this? And as Amitav pointed out, and you might have already seen 4/3 pi r cube, many of you might have already not remembered, right? So the fact is, it requires a lot of brushing up all the time to remain a lifelong learner. And so as I told you, there are two aspects. One is, of course, the companies, how companies like us, enterprises, work closely with academia, with colleges, with institutes, with even schools today. And then, of course, the second part, which is more under our own control, our own volition, is how do we keep on brushing ourselves up, right? So as Sudipta was mentioning, that you can create a diagram, you can create a chart out of, let's say, a given data. Somebody gives you a data in Excel, somebody gives you a data set in CSV or JSON or a text file. You can create a very good chart around it, good looking chart. You can get a lot of insights, whether sales are increasing or decreasing, somebody is taking one product better than the other, and all those other information. But where you would fall short is, how do I analyze those insights and then transition into the action bit, right? And there you would see all the mathematical knowledge that you would keep on learning would come in very handy. Simple things, curve fitting. It's such a simple thing for a lot of us, is actually being taught at the highest level, and people still do earn PhDs on curve fitting as well. And you would see how simple concepts like curve fitting are actually translated into business use cases to figure out how a regression model works, how price changes work. Prices like steel, prices like cement, these change every hour. So how does that change propagate, and how does that impact a business? Unless you really know the basics and these foundations, it would be very hard. Now, take one step, take it one level up, take it a notch, and let's say we jump into generative AI. So you have all these large language model which can write emails for you, maybe, which can write small essays and phrases. And for people like me and hopefully Sudipto, I'm very interested in figure out whether it can write an SQL for me, right? So there is a free and open source benchmark called birdbench.github.io. You can look for it. It's called BIRD, Birdbench, which sort of creates a leaderboard of LLMs on their ability to generate SQL from natural language English and then compare it with humans. So let's say a database administrator, supremely skilled in SQL, today can write with an efficiency of 94%, around 93-94%, according to Birdbench, giving the same set of tables and data sets to write. And today, some of these large language models like Bloom, like GPT-4, then there's a combination of Falcon 140B as well as some done with FLAN, is around at 54, 57 to 60% accuracy. Now the question is, today, for students like you, or if I'm a student, I consider myself a student today as well. The fact is, do you still need to learn SQL? Absolutely yes. Unless you learn the relational algebra, unless you learn how the relational calculus work, unless you learn how data sets combine with each other, you won't be able to translate those insights into actions. You won't be able to let your marketing team know that, see, my chart, I have drawn something, and this is my tech. But as Amitav pointed out, that middle layer, where that optimization and that operating model would be missing, because the action team, which are actually executing the use cases, the marketing team, the sales team, all these other folks, they would rely on this operating model. Every time this insight needs to be translated into an action, which they realize, which they can go back, and as Sudipta was mentioning, it can actually go to the lowest of the rank, and somebody could go and talk with the retailer, the Kirana store, that you need to reorganize your stack, how the products are stacked, or the shelf, so that people would come and buy it a little bit. So the buying propensity increases and stuff like that. So I think it's very, very important that both these aspects are mentioned. One is the enterprise, creating the bridge with academia. We have many programs. We have many other tech organizations following these programs. And then this more important aspect, according to me, which is to remain a lifelong learner and brush up on all these things.
Okay, thank you so much. We I think already have run out of time. So we'll just close the session here. Thank you, each one of you, very, very much, because we looked at a world from the practitioner's point of view, and it was beneficial, hugely beneficial for our students, as well as for our faculty members who are in the second and third row, actually. So thank you again, and we'll just close the session here. If you have any questions, you can email the questions to me, and I'll be happy to forward the questions to the panelists. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
As we approach the culmination of this event, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Mr. Amitabha Tripathi, Mr. Deeptiman Rai Chaudhary, and Mr. Sudipta Mukherjee, for graciously dedicating their valuable time to enrich the summit. Now I invite Dr. Tirthankar Nag to present tokens of appreciation to our distinguished guest speakers. Once again, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us in this endeavor. May the rest of your day be filled with inspiration and success. Thank you.
गाइस सेकेंड ईयर में अभी सेकेंड ईयर नहीं फर्स्ट ईयर में सेक्शन ए एंड बी को जाना है ना रूम नंबर 104 में, तो प्लीज सेकेंड फ्लोर से जाओ इस साइड का, इस क्योंकि यहाँ पे एग्जीबिशन चल रहा है, थोड़ा कैओस हो जाएगा, तो उस साइड से निकल जाना. And please report to 104 by 3:15.
Hello, hello. Check. Hmm.
क्या करना है?
Take उसका audio what? Hello.
ऑडियो लगेगा?
वहां पे दिए गए हैं। व्यवस्थित था, वहां पे दिए गए हैं।
तो वो लोग लेके आएगा ना सिस्टम। वो लोग लेके आएगा उनका पिक्चर। कैमरामैन जल्दी फोकस करो। कैमरामैन जल्दी फोकस करो। बोलिए बोलिए। लाइव हो रहा है। कैमरामैन जल्दी फोकस करो।
हेलो हेलो।
फोकस कर रहा पेट पे। कैमरामैन कहाँ फोकस कर रहे हो?
हेलो हेलो।
Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. What do you got chile? Huh? What about I call this below? Hello, hello, hello.
Everybody, please settle down and don't make any noise, please. একটা থাপ্পড় দিব ওখান থেকে আমি।
गाइस सुनाई नहीं दिया क्या? Guys, please maintain the decorum.
Vaibhav, are you there? Aniket Das, are you there? Akash Sharma? Ishita, are you there? Ishita Jha?
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Moitro.
तो पहले किया था फिर क्या आवाज आ रहा था हेलो 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 आ रहा है आ रहा है आ रहा है आ रहा है साउंड ठीक
Guys, hello. Can I have some silence, please?
Check. Hello, 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 hello. Jago. Pacho. Puriska.
Hello, hello. Check. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Student.
Can I have some silence, please? The guest has already arrived and he'll be arriving here in any time soon. So please maintain some decorum and silence.
केवल देखे जाओ, केवल देखे जाओ, पड़ जाओ। हेलो, हेलो। बहुत कम है आवाज पोडियम का। हेलो, 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 चेक, चेक, हेलो, 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 ठीक है, अभी ठीक है। चेक, चेक, हेलो, 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 कॉलेज ठीक है,
কলেজ ঠিক আছে, কলেজ ঠিক আছে,
हेलो,
কলেজ ঠিক আছে বলছি তো।
कॉलेज ठीक आते हैं क्या?
হ্যালো হ্যালো, টেস্টেড বুঝেছো? হ্যালো চেক, হ্যালো হ্যালো, হ্যালো চেক, অ্যাটেন্ডেন্স কম্পালসারি, প্লিজ সাইলেন্ট।
ठीक है चल क्या हरबन दे दो हम लोग फुल माइंड से करिए क्या हुआ हो गया टूटा था टूट गया
ক্যামেরাম্যান জলদি ফোকাস করো।
चेयर पे फोकस किए चेयर पे फोकस करिए हाँ बस तो सीधा कर दो ना मैं ऐसा हम थोड़ा ऐसा होता ना वो ऐसे घुमा दो
হ্যাঁ স্টেজ রাখে सकते हैं, ऐसा क्या है? तो सीधा रखिए ना।
भाग हम देखते थे ऑडियो में आ रहा है कि नहीं
চুপ, হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো, আরো জোরে চাই, আরো জোরে লাগবে। হ্যালো হ্যাঁ লাগছে তো, রেকর্ডিং হচ্ছে তো, লাগছে।
तो इसमें ऐसे इनपुट
এখান থেকে তো বলার কেউ তো নেই। বলবে বলবে তো সেটা এখান থেকে বলবে, ওদিক থেকে বলবো না, ওদিক থেকে বলবেন ইউটিউবে যাচ্ছে। ठीक है फाइनल है, ठीक है, ठीक है, आवाज आ रहा है और तो कुछ नहीं। लास्ट शेड्यूल है इनकी। Guys, silence.
हेलो गाइस, प्लीज बी साइलेंट, गेस्ट आ रहे हैं, प्लीज.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Jidyat Gupta, member of the organizing team, extend a warm welcome to each one of you present over here to an illuminating and enthralling session on the Wow Momo strategy, inception and its growth trajectory, as a part of the business conclave on reimagining business ideas in disruptive times. We have with us Mr. Murali Krishnan, Chief Marketing Officer and co-founder Wow Momo. And also we have with us our very own Dr. Rituparna Basu, Area Chair Marketing, Associate Professor at IMI Kolkata. I would request Yachna Agarwal to present a bouquet of flowers to Mr. Murali Krishnan.
Thank you.
Now I would request Shayan Roy to present a bouquet of flowers to Dr. Rituparna Basu.
Thank you.
Before we set the event in motion, I would like to introduce our guest speaker for today, Mr. Murali Krishnan, and his company, Wow Momo. Wow Momo is an Indian food startup headquartered in Kolkata, specializing in Momo dishes, co-founded by Mr. Shagar Daryani and Mr. Binod Homagai during their college days. The company started a small kiosk in Kolkata. They later expanded their business by partnering with friends Mr. Miftar Rahman and Mr. Murali Krishnan in 2015 and 2017 respectively. The company has grown significantly and now boasts over 500 outlets in 25 plus cities, making it the country's largest chain of Momo delicacies. Mr. Murali Krishnan, with a background in advertising and creativity, played a crucial role in branding and innovation. He emphasized the importance of marrying creativity with business and aligning it with a strong brand purpose. The company also prides itself on its inclusive hiring practices, employing over 5,300 staff, including specially abled individuals and those from various NGOs. They have a long-term vision of opening 5 cancer hospitals fully funded by their venture to assist patients in need. In simple terms, the brand's purpose is to bring happiness to as many people as possible by serving hygienic and delicious delicacies. Wow Momo's future goals include going public through an IPO in 3 to 4 years, expanding to over 100 Indian cities, and eventually embarking on a global journey. Wow Momo is a rapidly growing Indian food startup with a strong focus on innovation, inclusivity, and a vision for a global presence. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Murali Krishnan?
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I'd like to request Dr. Rituparna Basu to set the event in motion, but let me introduce her first. Dr. Rituparna Basu is an associate professor at IMI Kolkata in the area of marketing. She has earned his PhD from IIT Kharagpur in the domain of management marketing. She is also the editor of IMI Connect and a selected mentor of Change for Atal Tinkering Lab, Niti Aayog, Government of India. She is skilled in the areas like retail marketing, advertising and sales, statistical modeling, data analysis, and business development. She has more than a decade of experience in academia. She is an award-winning case writer as well. I'd like to hand over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Jidyat. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to meet you on a Saturday evening when we are generally, lunching or having our evening snack with a momo.
Pleasure is all mine.
It is said that a way to a man's heart is
Through stomach.
through stomach, right?
Yeah.
And if you are in the city of joy, whether it's a man or a woman, stomach is the way to be.
So there was this petition going on in the internet. They're going to change the name City of Joy to City of Wow. So yeah, way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I think way to India's heart is through its belly. We've lived with this mantra for a good 15 years now. We've just completed 15 years. What is more important is we are filled with multiple arts who make us. People ask us that a lot of brands, whenever I go to any conclave, you'll say that are you guys looking at a brand ambassador? And we say that we have more than 12 lakh ambassadors a month, which means we sell more than 12 lakh to do more than 12 lakh transactions a month. We sell 6 lakhs momos a day, right? So that's what makes, so we have so many ambassadors in our life already. So I think it's the reverse is always true for us, that the belly that we filled has given us so many hearts.
Absolutely. And you have all my heart. So with all my heart, I start off by asking you as to how did the wow Momo journey start? I mean, we all know about you and Sagar being college friends and getting together. So
it's very one story that we never used to tell people. Of late, I've started bringing out that story in public is that college life. I think the best thing that college life gave us was I was from St. Xavier's. We are all from St. Xavier's. Sagar, Vinod, me, Miftar, all four of us.
Even
so you're
myself.
also from St. Xavier's. So the best thing that St. Xavier's gave us was Saturday exams. And every Saturday we used to have a examination. And invariably, I was already into copywriting and advertising. Then I became a servicing executive. Sagar started his career with Red FM in India. A lot of people don't know this. We started working right from our college days. So we hardly got time to study.
I know a little bit because I worked for Power FM
Okay.
before my academics.
So you will be knowing this story. So we would hardly get time to study, and every Friday night we used to catch up at Sagar's place to prepare for the Saturday morning exam. And Miftar was invariably the CA student, therefore our teacher. So during this night studies, Vinod used to make momos. We used to get hungry at night. So that time we were constantly telling each other that यार मोमो का business शुरू कर देते हैं, बहुत चलेगा. Because I had a momo person in my school who used to sell momos. Sagar had a momo auntie in St. James. So we always had this someone whom we knew that okay, they used to come to our school, sell momos, and used to be sold out within half an hour. If you didn't leave the class early before the invariably if the lunch break started at the third period end, before the third period ends, we used to go to the loo and say that okay, stick around around the canteen because momo फिर खत्म हो जाएंगे. So we were a very notorious bunch of people, not the right example for all. So we realized that momo had a great potential. Also at the same time, what we felt is there was not a single brand in the country which was converting a street food from an unhygienic environment to a hygienic environment. I think this which we cracked and as early as our third year college, which means we were 2021, and they would say that sometimes some ideas hit you, and at 35 I'm thinking that at 21 we actually had the capacity to think this way, which means we were gifted. Also because we've I read Ogilvy on advertising when I was in class 10, thanks to my mentor. Class 10, I read Ogilvy on advertising. By 11, I was very sure I want to be an advertising guy. So you don't come across, I have not come across kids in class 10 exactly knowing what profession they want to get into, which is not a doctor or engineer or lawyer, right? So I feel that those things, those marketing strategic, small sparks which hit us has what stayed with us. Even today, when we were thinking of, okay, we don't have dessert because Momo ho gaya, China ho gaya, Chinese ho gaya, we launched a third brand, Wow Chicken. So how do we get in a dessert into our business? So we were thinking, what do we do? What do we do? We were doing multiple researches. We looked at data points. We did some consumer dipsticks. We got into heat map study, using gap analysis, all the big words we did. And then finally we came back to one moat. The moat of an entrepreneur is that one thing which he owns, right? Which was, how do I convert a roadside dessert into an organized dessert? We felt Kulfi was an answer. So therefore, to us, Kulfi was a seamless extension. We just launched our fourth brand, Wow Kulfi. Right. So we were very clear. So maybe this worked for us 15 years back and will work for us.
So, as you said, something sparked. But where did the wow come from?
Wow was
More of positioning, or it was just friends having a wow moment, and then
so
Eureka.
it was very again there's a very famous Interbrand line which says that a brand that owns Interbrand did a study, and 2009 was the first time I got hands to an Interbrand study, so they could be knowing what is Interbrand. Interbrand is an international organization which curates, researches, and throws insights to most of the brands across the world to grow. So whenever you guys read something which is voiced by Interbrand, that is absolutely authentic in marketing, right? So I had gotten a hand to a Interbrand study which said that yellow is the most attractive, most prominent outdoor color. So we said that, okay, yellow will be, wow, the Momo brand will be yellow in the color. And then Sagar was very clear that one of the things which he had read again was Coke is not a brand, it's an emotion, and emotion that is timeless. So he said, okay, what is that one emotion which is timeless? That khake kya lagna chahiye? Wow lagna chahiye. Wow naam de do. So that's how Wow Momo was born.
That's
And
very generic and very genuine.
very genuine and very honestly, we felt that, okay, what is one thing, when you have anything new, what do you say? You say wow. So let's call ourselves Wow. Because if you own Wow, then today marketing job is not to invent. I think we are discoverers. We are Columbus, right? Marketing people are Christopher Columbus. We don't have to invent. We are not Edisons. So it's easy for us to discover something easily. So Wow was there. To me, I'm only doing daily discoveries. Yeah, the job is half done by Sagar when he named it Wow.
Okay.
And it's not genuine. This story isn't all. A lot of people think that ये अभी बन रहा है, मगर ये day one से वही है. Narrative has always been the same, and it's very strange. Possibly, I was the only guy who stood next to the name Wow. I said, हाँ तू सही बोल रहा है. Everyone said that यार एक तो मोमो है, दूसरे से Wow मोमो है. What is this? So I remember a lot of people telling Sagar 2011. He's the first time he went to Chennai. So after Calcutta, our first outlet that we opened was Chennai. So people were saying that you're bonkers. These guys are first of all selling momos. 2 years they have sold momos in Calcutta. They think they are momo kings, and then they have the balls to go to Chennai, which is a idli sambar place, and open a momo shop. So we opened in a mall called Phoenix Market City. That mall till date does some 30 lakhs of monthly business for us. And unbelievable story. I kept on telling Sagar when Sagar called me up. That time I had just shifted to Bombay, and he just called me up. I joined an agency called Lintas Bombay. He called me. He said, "Yeah, I want to expand, and I'm thinking Chennai would be a good place." I said, "Fuck, super place." He said, "How do you do this? Every time I call you, you are the only one who thinks this is a good idea. Everyone else is telling me it's a bad idea." I told him, "No, boss. I am a Tambram. I can tell you that we believe anything that is team, that is great. So you're not going into a land and selling something fried. You're going to a land of steam and selling steam, because our idlis are steam, our idiyappams are steam, our paddus are steam, our paniyarams are steam." So that day, I think it comes sometimes. It comes within. You have a gut, and you feel that, okay, if this category is a known category, It's not a foreign category. So it's a, I keep telling that, you know, you keep your mind very open, but only be clear that, okay, are you treading towards a familiar path or a foreign path? For a foreign palette, like for example, for Bombay, for me to sell momos, the strategy is far different than to sell momos in Delhi. Delhi momo is already a cult. For me to sell momos in Bangalore, the idea was completely different. So I think that's how we looked at our journey, moving from, say, every step. We've tried to look at, even when we were small, we always had the macro in our head. I think that is how helps us.
Incredible. Actually, in marketing, let's just go back to our books. In books, we read about segmentation, targeting, positioning. A lot of it is planning. So, how much of it was planning for you? Did you really segment? How did you decide on your target, or was it like frugal marketing and you were just doing and
Yes,
following what was falling in place?
So segmentation, targeting, and all are science. See, Vedanta tells you that after you understood Vedanta, leave the Vedas, right? But the problem is, if I say something like that, then the first thing the kids will catch up, say that, oh, segmentations are bullshit. But for a person, he can leave the idea of sitting and doing segmentation and targeting when segmentation and targeting becomes intuitive. And I'm telling you, I kid you not, I feel today that marketing, and most of you guys are from marketing, right? People from marketing, give me a hi, give me a shout. So marketing is, to me, is like, it's like swimming. Okay, it comes intuitively after a point in time. So therefore, now I might not be doing sitting and doing segmentation or targeting, but at any decision is a capex decision. So you will have to look at what is your target audience, what are the kind of searches that is coming from that area, right? What is the demand of the gap cuisine in that area? Is that area your searches enough that you can possibly make this a threshold money of say 12 to 14 lakhs a month from that outlet? Will you be able to do it? And therefore, even when you are going into newer cities, a lot of people tell us that why did you choose Udaipur over Jaipur when you were expanding? But for us, Udaipur over Jaipur was very important because Jaipur was already filled with, say, 130 small Momo players. Udaipur did not have a single Momo player. So for me, both are veg market. Both are veg dominated market. Both market have equal amount of growth potentiality. But in Jaipur, the real estate is high. Udaipur real estate is low. How do I go? Udaipur has 3 malls which are much bigger in size than Jaipur malls. Therefore, there is already a mall inherent demand. So for me, segmentation comes there. How am I segmenting my market? Looking into cohortization of my consumers, looking at my consumers who would be buying steam, who would be buying fried, who would be buying Chinese, who would be buying chicken. Which market opens up with how many new brands are entering into that market and surviving that market? Okay, my Mad Over Donut entered into Chennai. Did Mad Over Donut survive? Yes, it survived. Did Mad Over Donut grow? Yes, it grew. It grew from one outlet to 18 outlets in 18 months. Okay, chalo. I should go with Kulfi in Chennai. So this is how the segmentation happens now. Right in the beginning, segmentation used to happen looking at 3 things. Number 1 is Domino's there. Because Domino's is again done a behavioral change. It taught a roti eating country to eat pizzas. What are we doing? We are also building a cuisine, building a category, not a category that is existed. I am not selling rolls. I'm not selling patties or puffs or I'm not selling confectionaries. I'm selling momo, which means I'm making a category, building a category, right? So when I'm building a category, you always look at examples. What was the second best market for Domino's in South? Chennai was the second best market. Go there. So that's how we do segmentation. We did segmentation then. Now there is a lot of science, data, everything.
So even in our classes, we talk about, marketing research and conventional wisdom. You need to have a
both, mix of both.
a mix of both.
Definitely mix of
It has to be intuition as well as backed by analytics. I mean,
Right.
just analytics will not solve your problem. Just intuition will perhaps get you into.
I'm only saying that definition of analytics keeps changing. आपके लिए 15 साल पहले analytics was यार Domino's कितना सेल कर रहा है, McD कितना सेल कर रहा है, अच्छा मॉल का ओवरऑल फुटफॉल कैसा है, ओके मॉल में is there a Cinepolis or is there a Tube Cinema or is there PVR? This would give you a better picture of what kind of audiences get into that mall. PVR is slightly highbrow audience. Then now everything is everything is what I call democratized.
So,
Everyone.
So if I were to ask you to define the target market for WOW, all brand extensions of WOW, will it be the big fat Indian middle class, or you're
Not
looking
at all.
at the entire market?
Not at all. I think we are what SBI is to banking. The driver of a Mercedes and the owner of the Mercedes both are SBI audiences. I think we have been able to cut three things. Number one, make WOW Momo or any WOW product, we make it affordable for all, right? Number two, we make it affordable for all ages. Number three, we make it affordable at all times. That is how we convert a snack into a meal, right? We convert, that is why it is a meal of all times, we call it. And our age group analysis would be around 15 onwards, 15 to 55. I think we collect data mostly, whatever splintered data we get. Data, a lot of people in India are data shy. They give access to all the data on their phone, but they can't give access to simple data on ground. But yeah, we get 15 to 55 is the age gamut. And
You can even make it 13 to 55. I have a 13-year at home who is a Momo fan.
Yes.
And just last month, there was some quiz competition which was happening in the school, and they were given 4 WOW Momo vouchers. WOW Momo, WOW China, WOW Vitro. And he made me, of course, there were 200 rupees vouchers, so I had to fill in a little more to make him use all the vouchers. So you can easily make it 13 to 55.
You should meet my CFO. my
Okay.
So
yeah, exactly. Why I asked you this question was the fact that we often talk about something called a marketing myopia syndrome. If you would have told me that you were just looking at the Indian middle class, then I would have said that maybe the market is much more than just.
Now I think everyone is using this word TAM. Yeah, everyone knows TAM, right? So is the in word. When we were studying, we didn't have TAM. We only had target audience and target size. So the TAM is ever growing in India. In India, I keep telling people that nothing is aspirational anymore. Even a guy sitting at Jharsukram feels that he can open a YouTube channel and become a YouTube star.
Oh yes.
Right? So there is no one. We don't have stars anymore. There's I think SRK would be last of his generation. Every single person sitting in possibly one corner of the country, possibly in one village of Aizwal, believes that he can make a music through his guitar and sing and let the entire country listen to it. And we are celebrating these singers, right? There are so many YouTube stars. And most of us want to become a YouTube star. Everybody feels that we can create content. And I also feel, go home saying that, yeah, rather paying these influencers, I should become an influencer, right? Everyone wants to become a star, right? Nobody feels that there are stars left. We will become the star. We do. There's nothing called I am, idol worshipping. Everything is over. I think if all of us believe that I am hero of my own story. Similarly, there is nothing aspirational left for brands to. A guy possibly sitting in a tier 2 town of India believes that if Zara opens here, I will go buy some. And which is the best part of India now. And I'm so glad that we are the brands that are surviving this time.
It's phenomenal. we talked about how wow as an idea germinated and went into the market, all about that. What about growth strategy? Did you really plan your growth, or
Yeah.
was it like more organic?
It was well thought of, very, very clear. Our growth paths are still clear. We exactly know what is the next 3 years, what are the things we want to get into. And we've always been like that. Even when we raised our first round of funding in 2015, we got an angel round. The angel asked us to prepare a deck, prepare a manifesto. And very funny that if you look at the manifesto, it's exactly same thing what we've done till date.
Really?
Except you take out the COVID bit.
So would you call yourself fortunate that you could follow the manifesto, or
I think
if you have a good plan, you anyways?
Fortunate, we all are. All of us are fortunate, and I am extremely fortunate. But beyond fortunate, I also feel that we've stuck to our commitment. I think what today we've been seeing, which we are missing, is people let go after failures. I think we have not. The only difference between a great entrepreneur and a good entrepreneur is great entrepreneur embraced his failures. Good entrepreneur shifted because he saw failure. I think that's the only difference. And that's something I truly believe in. We were at it. We were at it during COVID. We were at it. We knew that COVID hit. We were 2,800 employees. We need to pay salaries. We had to do something. So one evening I was sitting and obviously we said, we wanted to munch on something, chatting up. So we said that, okay, tell our driver to get a bhujia ka packet from somewhere. The driver said that there's nothing open, sir. Kahin ja nahi sakte. So we called up Swiggy, and we said, I said, listen, I have a thought. The Swiggy CEO then said, yeah, tell me, what do you think? I said I should convert. We should look at converting all our 300 outlets, physical outlets, into grocery. The Swiggy guy said, oh, amazing. We have been thinking on something like that right now. So we and Domino's were the only two brands who converted all our outlets into grocery selling during COVID. And that was not to make money, because there is hardly any margin in grocery. Whether we are on the building of RPSG, I should not be saying this, but yeah. So but that's brutal reality. But we kept on that 1% margin, 2% margin also kept us alive, because it kept that working capital going. It helped me serve my 2,800 employees. We didn't sack a single employee during COVID.
Wow.
There were kids, and I call them my kids. There were my kids sitting in possibly in a village in Assam or Nepal, who've gone back due to the scare. Even they got 40% of their salary, because it was a national sorrow. It was not an individual sorrow. Right? So we did that. And that's what I keep saying, that's what startups do. And to me, the biggest startup in the country is Tata. Because startups don't feel scared to try something new. Startup, to me, if you ask me to define startup, I would say a startup is a company which is ever ready to pivot any moment. Chalo, try to karte. And Tata, at Simon, imagine 120-year-old company, 125-year-old company. Today they are saying that, okay, they will start Tata new, right? They're going to say that I'm going to talk digital. And it's not only that, they've hired the set of people. They have hired geeks. They have hired geeks. They have hired all those words which we use: millennial, Gen Z, Gen Z, Gen Z1. Now there's a new invention. So they've hired everyone. After a certain point, and they hire aliens also. But that's why they're going concern. They keep going. Bachpan mein padhe na, what is a going concern? This is what is going concern. You keep going. You don't stop.
Yeah, I think success is about what you do every day.
Yeah.
It's not about what you do on a
Never.
single day. It's it's not my phrase. It was used by Dada and sort of Dada in one of the lectures he was giving. So he said that it's not about achieving something one day. It's about what you do every day. That's success. And I think you're living that.
Yeah.
So Now, in terms of you have had a lot of brand extensions over the last couple of years. Was it more of a competitive stance, or
it was a very simple
scaling up?
It was a stance of business. We felt that in all the malls that we were in, right? There was one Chinese player who was opening up. So every mall had two Chinese players. So, and one of the Chinese players was also selling momos. We felt, what is the point of having another Chinese player? Our competency was similar. Our manpower was similar. The kind of procurement, the vendors whom we were talking to was similar, right? The equipment that was needed was similar. So we said that why don't we start our own Chinese brand? And by that time, so we started Wow China after 10 years of Wow.
Yes.
So by 10 years, we also had something called the muscle memory. Muscle memory was very clear. We knew which real estate works, which real estate doesn't. What kind of rentals should you pay for this place? What kind of money you can make out of this place? And therefore, which malls are working, which malls are not working, which malls are firing, which malls are not firing. So our chances of going wrong with rentals or real estate was much lesser. So it was a very organic shift for us to go to Chinese. Hence, we launched the brand Wow China. But again, as destiny would have it, we launched the brand Wow China in 2019. In 2020, the COVID hit. So we were all worried. Then again, the grand Indian Jugaad. We converted out of 300 outlets, 50 outlets we took of Wow Momo, converted them into something called combo formats. Which store also had Wow Momo and Wow China both, signages both. First, we didn't put the signage. First, we started selling Wow China from those stores on Swiggy and Zomato. We started seeing amazing numbers. The store of Wow Momo, which used to do say 8 lakhs per month, started doing 20 to 23 lakhs per month because of both the brands being there, right? That's when we said, okay, this is the idea. So we converted 50 to 80 odd stores of Wow Momo, existing Wow Momo, to a Wow Momo Wow China combi stores. And that's how we started scaling Wow. During COVID, another interesting thing happened. We had to expand. We couldn't limit ourselves to a personal store. But at the same time, you also wanted to conserve cash. आप पैसा एकदम बहाना नहीं चाहते. So what we tried to do is we tied up with cafe coffee tea. We tied up with 100 cafe coffee days across the country. We put up our Wow Momo cart inside that and started doing delivery and dine-in both from there. So these are the things which you do to, grow the business constantly.
A lot of visibility in terms of events.
Correct. Imagine people entering into, I don't know how many of you from South Calcutta. Lake CCD is one iconic landmark at one point in time.
Yeah.
So we had our Wow Momo inside the Lake CCD, which is there near the Shuprio Park. So which is there in Birati, there in BT Road. It was there in Salt Lake Sector A, near Korunawai. So there is always this entire idea of how can we do maximum operations through minimal space.
So you
And
were actually, working on your economies of scale.
Correct. Constantly pushing it. I personally feel that we are more of a. Previously, we used to say that we are no more a food company. We are a process company, right? We have not cracked art of selling momos alone, but I think we have cracked the art of selling doing QSR from a small box format, right? So what is the testimony to that? When we started our brand Wow Chicken, right? So Wow Chicken was again a decision which we took because there was a huge need gap. So there was one KFC which is sitting at the top, and there was no one even close to it in terms of fried chicken. So we said, okay, let's try to enter this market. It was a already existing 2,500 crore market, owned by a single man across the country, right? And then we said that, okay, how do we make it interesting? We said we added grilled into it, right? So the moment we added grilled into it, The moment we added grilled into it, the entire flavors changed. We said, okay, let's have some fun with chicken. While chicken at one end looks very boring, very staggered, let's have fun with chicken. So that's how we came up with Wow Chicken. Again, the idea was, how do I break the real estate?
Right.
KFC, every single chicken counter looks at a 1200, looks like a 1200, 1300 square feet chicken counter. We broke that 1200, 1300 chicken square feet chicken counter into a small 300, 350 square feet chicken counter. So from a company that knows how to sell momos, big momos, we became company that knew how to run a small box format QSR. I think that's our that's been our journey.
And what about bistro? Are you getting into a different space altogether?
Bistro is something which we've been wanting to do since before Wow China.
So you're breaking away from that kiosk format and you're getting into a new format, is
No,
it?
no, it's we have multiple formats. So we have a kiosk, which is 50 square feet. We have something called a high street mini, which is possibly 100 square feet. We have a high street maxi, which is possible 200 square feet.
Right.
And then bistro is to me will be very few. Will be practically maximum 10 in the country, and it'll work as a format that is pouring into the brand growth. So after bistro became a hit, the brand Wow China got an uplift. So previously, so there is some things you need to grow the brand also, right? For Wow Momo, what made Wow Momo a brand was a unique category. What made Wow China a brand now is not only visibility; it is visibility plus that upscale, which Bistro gave it.
So is bistro the starting of Wow version 2.0?
I think Wow version 2.0 started with Wow China now, because that was the first time we had broken the entire barrier of size and big kitchen to a Chinese player. Until before that, people were talking about chow mein, people were talking about Hakka, people were talking mainland China. But that was the first time when people saw a small 120 square feet kiosk selling Chinese. And we wanted to make open kiosk because in Chinese, what works the most is food as a theater. आप जब wok लेके you hit the wok, you prepare the food. That food needs to be completely seen by all. And in India, to bring that drama, bring that theater into food is only possible if you are a small box. If you are a large kitchen, it's not possible. Even you go to a place, go to any huge 5-star restaurant like a Chino Street, or go to a mainland China, or go to a Hakka, you would never see what's being cooked. They keep stuff in their bain meri. Bain meri is one storage device. Garam garam banate hain, wahan rakhte hain, wahan rakh ke they put it in the pack and they give you. But we don't do that. For us, fresh food is made every moment with every order.
Since you mentioned chow mein, I think Zavarians are occupying Chinese mass market Chinese in Calcutta in a big way. I mean, and India maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
We are, I think, the largest Indian Chinese brand in the country. We have 180 outlets of Wow China. I don't think there is any other brand which comes even close to it.
So
chow mein does great work, but chow mein is a different format. It's a sit-down format. For us, it's a more of a takeaway wok. It is a culture of that chopstick and wok box. It is a culture of that hustle. It's culture of go picking up on the go, run. I think we cater to a much more younger audiences in mind, younger in mind and not in age, who are ready to possibly buy the grab.
True.
Kind of audience.
Absolutely. So how has competition treated you?
So I think every brand which is into food is my competition. I also feel that every religious occasion which tells you not to go eat out is also my competition. Like I was telling someone that, for any restaurant brand, I think Shrad and Shravan Mahina is the biggest competition. So that's. But what has worked well for us is we've been very uh, closely studying competition and constantly changing uh, our stance, our offering, our bundling, very clearly. So typically, like I would say, the three things which made us is number one, strong competition understanding. Number second, C that made us very well, very strongly is very strong intuitiveness towards where the category is heading.
Sure.
And third thing is we've been right from day one committed to building communities. We have multiple communities which we build, which we work towards, which we cater to. Like for example, we work very closely with a lot of LGBTQ. We proudly say that we are only brand, at least one of the few brands in the country, which has more than close to 120 or 120 transgenders working for us.
Huh? Yeah.
Right. So to us, we've been working with that community very well. We've been working with so our procurement now is completely farm to our outlet, farm to warehouse. So we work directly with the farmers because now we have that scale to work with the farmers. So we've been working very strongly with those set of communities. At the same time, we have the entire every school, like you must be seeing in the Quizdom contest. So our school penetration is far higher, very high.
Oh yeah.
So every single school, every single student at least has one voucher or the other in a quarter of Wow Momo, which otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to come to us. But with that voucher, he feels that, Array, I have earned this voucher. Like your kid would have basically told you that it's like 200 rupees, the voucher which he gives you,
It's a prize.
It's earning.
Prize.
He's earned that 200 bucks. So that's something which we constantly do, and it's more of a reward program than to then go blatantly do spray and pray.
So it was actually a call, which I got in between my lecture saying that I've won a prize of 800 bucks.
Absolutely.
So I said, what is it? Then he said, 4 vouchers of Wow Momo.
So that's
Wow Momo and Wow China. And he
in fact, I don't know whether you have the letter which I wrote with that.
Oh yeah, he has that.
So that's a letter which came from and I wrote it completely, and that letter clearly I told the kids that the world will tell you to become a lot of things, but you become maximum what you are. I think that is good enough. I think if we maximize our own self, we will be good enough to the world.
Absolutely. So in this scaling up journey, what has been your biggest hurdles?
The scaling up journey, there are two things. Number one is for any entrepreneurial driven company in India, manpower recruitment. You always have people wanting to go join some international businesses or international brands because they find that little more bit of glory. So a person who's ready to work 12 hours inside behind a counter feels that if 12 ghanta kaam karna hai, so I will work for McD and not for Wamo. Right? Because that is the badge of honor which he is wearing.
True.
Right? Therefore, for us, we are very gleeful about this entire glorification of Make in India. That is one good thing this government has done to us, given us this term Make in India. So we have been trying to instill that pride, instill that faith, and try to garner equal amount of empathy, equal amount of manpower at the ground level. That has been a challenge. Now I think it has come down a bit because people know the brand, people see the brand everywhere, people see the good work we are doing in terms of social news. In terms of so you enter any Wow Momo outlet, anyone can enter Wow Momo outlet and can charge his phone and ask for water, use the washroom, nothing, no questions asked. So there are a lot of other things which we do, which is socially being recognized now. So this is one challenge. Second challenge in scale is always the consistency. You know, how do you manage consistency? Prior to a year back or a year and a half back, whenever we used to enter a new city, we had to open a big base kitchen, and that was a huge capex. And again, people were making handmade momos. You know, people on ground. So the taste should be common. Taste should be same everywhere. I think over a period of last 2 years, we have automated a lot of stuff. So today we have AI based recipe makers. So we don't have to worry about whether the store of EJC Bose Road and the store of Asansol will prepare the same pan fry. So there's a AI software which tells you whether this is the right as per recipe or not, which is common. Then in lot of our Wow Momo, Wow China outlets, our chef dependency is practically nil. We have a machine called a walking machine, where all you put in is feed in the ingredients, put in the menu, key in the menu, automatically it prepares the food and gives you. So these are the things which has now helped us.
So
But
the
yeah,
machine is a wow.
yeah, it's
intellectual
our
property?
intellectual property. We call it walkie.
Okay.
It's like a walkie marketing pun. We call it walkie. So that's there. Third is the entire conversion of our Okla plant and Calcutta plant. So Calcutta, we were working with a small kitchen. Now we have a four-storied plant in Calcutta in Kasba. So the momos are produced only in 4 places across the country and then transported. So for Calcutta, it's a fresh momo every day. For Bombay, it's a fresh momo every day. And for Delhi and NCR, it's fresh momo every day. Otherwise, it's transported a day with a 2 days shelf life.
Okay.
Yeah, in completely deep freeze, frozen. We have state of the art IQF machine, which possibly none of the larger commissaries in India having of Haldirams etc. also have. So that's the kind of investments we've done, and we are now slowly moving towards building one large kitchen in Telangana. We've just procured a land. Next 5 years, we will have the largest Indian FMCG plant ever in that place.
Great. Since we are having this conversation for some time, let's add some spicy sauce to our momo.
Yeah.
So if you allow me, can I do a coffee with Karan with you?
Yes, definitely.
So I'll give you 2 words. You will have to pick the one which you most closely relate with.
Yeah.
All right. I have them on my list and I'm not going to show it to you. So it has to be very quick.
Yeah.
And you have to give me a reason for that.
Yeah.
All right. Sundays or Mondays?
Mondays. Mondays are adrenaline. I love adrenaline.
Great. Chinese or Indian?
Chinese. Still say. No, Indian because
short thing over here?
Yeah, we should. But Chinese, anytime. I can have Chinese all 3 times. All 3 meals can be Chinese and I'm okay with it. Also because Wow China doesn't put any MSG, no Ajinomoto. It's healthier.
Okay.
That's a brand plug-in. Huh?
Okay. Freshers or experienced professionals?
Freshers, anytime. Yeah, apps. Anytime. I have made people, gotten people fresh. They are empty. They are ready to experiment.
But you were not a fresher when you joined. Wow.
That's what I'm saying. Every Monday morning, I'm a fresher. I'm learning.
Oh, wonderful. That's a very smart answer. Dine-in or home delivery?
Dine-in, more profitable. No commissions to Swiggy and Zomato. I save 20%.
Okay. Your preference, Darjeeling steam or pan fried?
Darjeeling steam. Darjeeling steam. Amazing. This is.
So how many of you are for pan fried? Raise your hand.
How many of you for Darjeeling steam? Whoa! Nobody can beat that spicy red sauce, right?
Next one. A new store or a bumper sale?
Sorry,
A new store or a bumper sale?
bumper sale. I should have said I would have said a new store 3 years back, but now we all really want sale to come back.
Okay. Zomato or Swiggy? Wait, I need an answer to this.
Don't record this.
So this is not to be recorded.
Swiggy, Swiggy all the way. They have been.
Better market reach?
They have. I think more than better market reach. They have been a very. They've taught restaurant fraternity a lot. They are more restaurant friendly as a platform. I have learned a lot from Swiggy analytics and dashboards. And Swiggy is also, while the commissions of Swiggy are far higher than Zomato, but they do a lot for the fraternity. Their give back to the fraternity is far higher.
Okay.
From a restaurateur's point of view.
Absolutely.
Also from the consumer's point of view, I think they are far more delivery. Their experience is better. The riders are well dressed. Zomato riders are like most often than not wearing Hawaii chappals,
Yeah.
riding on a cycle. Swiggy takes care of the riders very well.
Yeah. But recently they have started using platform fee, this fee, that fee, so many
Most of
hidden
them are
costs.
doing. Everybody wants to become profitable now. See,
Does that hurt you? I mean, hurt your business?
hurts our business definitely. But I am okay. More hurtful they become, more dining I do. More dining I do, more profitable I am.
So owning your own delivery is not profitable?
Definitely, it is. We are working towards it. Our app should be launched soon. By ideally, we are looking at launching it on the December, in the first week of December. But by January, Feb, we will start promoting the app full-fledged. Our app would be a very state-of-the-art app. It's because we realize that owning the real estate on your phone is very important. So therefore, our app is not only about you going and buying momos. We have a section called social in our app where you can see what is trending in terms of food. So we have tied up our APIs with Instagram and collated all the food related reels, food related influencer reels into our app, which we have done. We created something called the Wow Cal, where you can click and you can get last 5 orders which you have made, their calorific values. So your bills will come as per what calories you had. So maybe Darjeeling pan fried would be 126 calories. Darjeeling steam would be 126 calories, but Pankaj eats pan fried, so he will have 288 calories in his phone all the time. And then we've also launching this very interesting loyalty program called Wow Club, and we have done our API tie-up with Book My Show. So all the Book My Show events, if you're a Wow Club member, you will get a preview passes.
Oh.
Then we have something which I should not be revealing. Pankaj would kill me for this, but yeah, we are also integrating our app with a Snapchat. So that will happen little later, say 6 to 7 months later. So you can take a photograph of any food you are having. You upload the photograph. It will exactly tell you what food you are having, what is the food, what is the calorie all about, what are the ingredients that has gone into it.
We haven't heard this, Pankaj. Dine out or ghar ka khana?
Dine out. I look like ghar ka khana guy? Don't even ask this question to me. I'm a hardcore dine out, experiment food.
Okay. This is, I would want to know, college canteen or green bench?
Green bench.
You have to
Green
tell me the reason.
Green bench because when you enter college, 6 o'clock college, you enter 8 o'clock. You can't sit in the canteen because you will find Father Felix there. So green bench was a safe area.
Safe area. Human resource or investors?
Human resource. Investors, I'm more happy with human resources.
Okay. What is Murali's? I'm done with my list. No more twisters. So what is Murali's favorite restaurant in the city? You cannot say Wow China or Wow, any of the Wow brands.
I would say my favorite restaurant in the city is there are so many, but I think Six Baligans Place.
That's very strategic.
No, Six
You
Baligans.
love Chinese food and you're saying Six Baligans place.
I love Chinese, but if you ask me for the restaurant, see, I will not Six Baligans place because I built the brand from beginning. I built the brand when right.
Okay. Let's hear him. Suddenly they have become
Six Baligans place. Yeah.
okay. What is Murali's favorite order from the menu? From the WOW menu.
From the WOW menu, my favorite order would be Burmese sauce fried rice.
From WOW China.
From WOW China, along with one Darjeeling steam momo, one plate chicken, and I would want it with one WOW chicken crackers, which we have a product called crackers, which is just 99 bucks. There are 4 pieces of fried chicken in there, and but smaller pieces. It's like a larger popcorns.
I'm already feeling very hungry. You're torturing me.
But honestly, if you ask me, this I just said to cover all the gamut. But honestly, if you ask me, I love Houseway of WOW China. I can have Houseway 3 times, 4 times a week, and genuinely, I feel it's not because it's my brand. I genuinely feel that Houseway of WOW China can give run to Busago in Bombay.
Okay. Do we have time? Another 10 minutes. So we will take some audience questions. Audience, be ready. At least 3 or 4 of you, we can take questions from you. My last question to you is in the WOW team, WOW core team, who is the first one to taste a new something in the menu, new addition in the menu?
First one to taste is Vinod. Vinod, because like I say that WOW is Sagar, Momo is Vinod. They started this together, and then Miftar came in 2015. I think he's an exclamation mark of all. And since the time I have been coming in, I've been talking. We've been building the brand together since 2017. So I think I'm the yellow bag. So, but Vinod is absolute food product guy. Entire factory, entire workforce across the country reports to him, and he's a hands-on guy. He knows every factory, every kitchen in the country, the nook and corner of it. Every single momo that is produced, he will look at the momo and say that this is from Delhi factory. So he's that brilliant. So I think food trials first is done by Vinod.
So it is always internal, not external. I was actually looking at the prospect of, rendering my services.
Oh, external we do. Definitely we do. I have your number. External, so we do a lot. Vinod does the first trial, then it comes to Sagar and me. We do multiple trials.
So then you introduce it in the market, and
then when we do only focus groups for 6 months.
Oh.
We do focus groups across the country. Then I do a blogger table across the country. Once it goes through all the circle, then we launch it in 10 outlets in a city. When we look at the response from the 10 outlets in a city, then we take it to Pan India.
Wonderful, because that's a very interesting reflection. We all think that, okay, somebody has made something and that is being offered to us.
The day I launched the Darjeeling Momo, it was 21st November 2019. So Darjeeling Momo was born out of a lot of consumer research. We had finally selected 52 people who were part of the major research which we did for 6 months. And that 52 people went up on my first full page Pan India press ad, cover on cover. And I said thank you to my ambassadors. All the 52 people who were part of that research, their picture and their name and the locality. It was part of the Pan India press ad. And that is where I said that I don't believe in having ambassadors. To me, the customers are my biggest ambassador.
Wonderful, wonderful. So let's take some questions. Okay. Yeah. Please introduce yourself and.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Disha Botra, and my question to you is, what are the challenges Wow Momo faced during its inception, and what are your learnings from that?
Challenges, multiple challenges. Nobody wanted to join you. Nobody wanted to work with you. First day we opened the outlet, we remember that only there were people who were not ready to come and experiment us. So we had to break our entire inhibition. We didn't have money to do a lot of promotion. So we took our plate of momo, we broke the momo into 3 pieces, and we went to each and every person saying that, please sir, we are a new brand, you try us, you definitely love it. And so challenge was more of external than internal, right? So talent acquisition, all there will be challenge. There's still challenges. That time I was losing on to possibly Kathleen. Today I'm losing on to KFC.
Yeah. Any other? Please raise your hand so that we can spot you. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Deepa this side. First of all, amazing experience, like watching you on screen and today watching you in front of us. So my question is that in this changing and disruptive market, what is the approach of strategic and adaptation of Wow Momos in terms of how you deal with the Horeca model and how to be relevant in this time? Like, what are the key challenges you faced during the times of COVID and how you're still relevant in this Horeca model?
There are 7 questions in this.
Sorry for the long question,
but
sir.
it's okay. Interesting. So first is the entire strategy bit. You sit down. What time lagega?
Okay.
So the first is the entire strategy bit. Agility is the only strategy you have when you are a startup. You don't have any other strategy. Sorry, I'm standing up. Sorry.
Please.
So agility is the only thing which you have as a strategy. What is agility strategy? Agility strategy is that live for today, fight for tomorrow. Right? So that's the biggest growth strategy we adopted. For us, it was very critical that the pie is expanding, right? Which means that there were more people who didn't know what momos are than about more people not knowing what Wow Momo is, right? So for you needed to do something called cuisine education. Tell people what momo does to you, right? So that is therefore first part of your question. What is the growth strategy you adopted? Is number 1, expand it. To us, even today, the biggest marketing investment is the yellow bright signage that you see. You look at from any corner of a street, you know that okay, there is a Wow Momo shop there, right? So that's one of the biggest growth strategy. Expansion into non-addressed market. Convert the non-user into user, which we call it ANT. What is ANT? ANT is a aware non-triers. So when you aware non-triers, convert the ANT users into users. So that is the first growth strategy. The second part of your question was, what are the things we did in COVID? I covered a couple of them. COVID was one of the biggest learning experience. So we did everything that we could do. We sold pot, right? Not pure pot. Potato, onion, tomato, pot, right? So we sold pot. We sold condoms. We sold grocery from all our outlet to ensure that we are keeping, and we launched a vertical called Wow Momo Essentials, right? They're all master students, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, double check. So so keep us alive. Second thing is during COVID, we entire collaborated with CCD for our expansion bit. So we did that. Third, we served possibly across the country, we must have served some 18 odd NGOs by getting right from farm to the NGOs, help the farmers also with money, get the NGOs also for the relief funds, and finally making a little bit of money here and there to keep our boat afloat, right? COVID, another thing which we did was learn delivery. How did we learn delivery? So cut to 2020 Feb. 2020 Feb, we did 75,000 online orders. And then December 2020, we did 7.5 lakh online orders. So we learned delivery. We learned delivery how? We learned delivery because we were the set of businesses which believed that अगर customer हमारे पास नहीं आए तो हमको उनके पास जाना पड़ेगा. Right? We spoke to Swiggy, Zomato, learned all the matrices data. The biggest learning we had was Momo did not travel well because Momos need a certain temperature to taste good, right? The steam has to be intact. So we spoke to Indian Packaging Association. I met two professors. There's a Professor Mukherjee and there was Professor South Indian Vishwanath. Both of us, we sat down. We came back to Calcutta, worked on a packaging with a vendor. That packaging was created during COVID, which held the Momo steam inside hot for 45 minutes of travel. It had two side, if you still see our packaging, there will be two side small holes in the side, which let go of the moisture. So the momos doesn't break. If next time you get a bad momo, when a broken momo from Wow Momo, you would realize that that guy has not pinned out those two holes in the side of the package. So they're supposed to pluck it off. तो उससे क्या होता है, मोमो गर्म रहता है और मॉइस्चर निकलता है, तो स्टीम इंटैक्ट रहता है. We started doing that. We started looking at data in a different way. Data, previously our company, the data was, we are very data shy company. We only looked at top line, bottom line kind of a data. But with digital, you will have to understand the funnel fully. So there's something called an I2O in a funnel. What is I2O? That impressions to order, right? So at every single customer journey, there are various things that influence delivery business, influence digital business. Because what you see in the real world and the business which you do in the real world, the visual appeal, the visual look and feel are far different from what you see on screen, right? So to understand the entire path to purchase of a customer, right from his impression to order, what are the various bridges and where he is dropping off, where you can intervene and help him to make that final conversion. That's what I learned in that 8 months. And we grew from 75,000 orders to 7.5 lakh orders a month. So these are the major things which we did during COVID. In fact, today also, our business is nearly 35% delivery business. So yeah. And what was your fourth? What was the fifth, so 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th question? What was that? All good? Yeah. Anyone else?
Hello, sir. My name is Vaibhav Gupta. So as Wow Momo was working in a single domain for 10 years, and in last 5 years, Wow Momo have launched 3 brands. So I am from Kolkata and I have a great love for biryani. So we can see Wow Momo in the segment of biryani.
2 years. Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to.
Definitely. But the thing is, we've been doing researching biryani for the past 3-4 years. There are multiple times we felt they should launch it, but we are not happy with the product. We will only launch it the day we are convinced with the product. We are all hardcore biryani lovers. We will not launch bad products.
So the target is for 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years.
In 2 years we will launch.
2 years or before that, faster. But yeah, we are doing, biryani is definitely on our cards.
Thank you, sir.
It's a crowded market. A lot of players are there. Until unless you don't provide something really strong in terms of product differentiation, you will not win the market.
Hello, sir. This is Akash here. What are the key challenges that Wow Momo encounters when maintaining quality brand standard and quality across multiple locations?
Yeah, I mentioned consistency is the biggest problem. Paneer in Calcutta, paneer in Delhi tastes different. Paneer in Calcutta, paneer in Bhubaneswar tastes different. Bhubaneswar has malai paneer. Calcutta, we have doodh paneer. So there's a lot of consistency differences differences in the ingredients, also in the way people make the product. It is not very it is chef dependency was very high for Wow China. So we are all breaking that slowly getting into like I mentioned, that entire AI software we have developed, where when you prepare a food, finally keep it in the camera, the camera tells you whether the preparation is right or not. So consistency is common. Also with Wow China, we realized that in Calcutta we don't like spicy. In Maharashtra they want spicy, right? In South they want very spicy, right? So how do we tweak? Because sauces are the same, produced from a single source that goes to every single outlet, right? How do you tweak around with that? And that should not tweak around, which should not be breach of SOPs. So our SOPs are very strong, standard operating procedures. So we create standard operating procedures for right from pouring to everything. आप अगर 2 mm स्पून चाहिए आपको एक डिश बनाने के लिए, और वो स्टोर में वो 2 mm स्पून नहीं हुआ, तो आपका डिश आउट है. So that's the level of operational efficiency we have to reach, and these are the challenges which we are battling day in and day out.
I think we can take just one more question, because I know the questions will keep on flowing, but we'll just take one more.
Hello, sir. Priyasha this side. So, sir, I have one question that, like, before joining PGDM, like, what was my thoughts about marketing was like it is about sales. But when I thought about marketing, it was more about sales. Like we have to do sales and all. So that was my pre-notion and preconceived notion about marketing. But when I joined PGDM, that total thing or that total theory had changed, because like Ma'am is my mentor and Anissa is also a mentor, and like the way they have taught us, we feel that it is more about that. Like it is about creativity, branding. How do you understand your consumers in a different way? It is more than that. And sir, when in practical world, what I feel that like everyone says that sales is the if you do not know how to do sales, then you do not know like the preliminary about the marketing. Like it is you need to have an exposure in sales to understand marketing in a more efficient way, in more effective way. So I just want to know about your thoughts about it. So
100%. No sales, no marketing.
I think Murali, you were mentioning that you make all your marketing guys travel by train.
Like all my marketing executives. No, you sit down. Dada, you can also sit down. I'll be able to see her and answer. So, first and foremost, marketing starts with sale. That's the basic. So your notion is not wrong. If you know sales, there's no marketing, because no sales, no money, no expenditure, right? So sales is the what you call core of marketing. So don't ever think, I don't have this misconception that marketing is not sales. I in fact ensure that all my marketing executives across the country who work with me, I ensure that they definitely where and when plan well, travel by train. Because the moment you travel by train, you get to know the country very well. वो बोलते ना, अगर घर पे नॉक करके सोप नहीं बेचा ना, तुम सोप कंपनी का सीईओ नहीं बनते. ठीक है, वो बहुत क्लियर है, हम तुमको पहले दिन से बता दे रहा है. ये तुम अपना नोशन को कभी चेंज करने मत देना. डोंट चेंज योर नोशन, इट इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट. However, how are you doing that sales is a science and an art which marketing teaches, which is part of research, creativity, public relation, interaction with other departments, everything else. Well-rounded grooming to power sales is what marketing teaches you, right? Second thing, which is very, very clear, I'm telling you this for you, is the best of CEOs across the world are the best of salesmen. You'll not find a great PR person becoming a CEO. You'll not find a great designer becoming a CEO, right? You'll not find a great copywriter becoming a CEO. you will not find a great PPT creator becoming a CEO. You will have to have a great salesman to become a CEO. Very, very clear. Okay?
Okay, that was the last question, but Murali, let me introduce my marketing faculty. We are 7 of us, including the director, Dr. Anis Ahmed, Dr. Gobinder Roy, Dr. Sahil Singh Jisrotia, Dr. Tino Jain, and Dr. Kisholai Adhikari. So on behalf of the marketing faculty, Dr. Kisholai Adhikari would like to ask you the last question for the evening.
Talk and actually it's an honor to listen to you. When the students and me being a student as well, we talk about the 4 stages or the 5 stages of product life cycle or a business life cycle. If I go by the numbers, the last 15 years has been your growth journey. But there might be a time where you might feel that this Momo market is becoming saturated. Does it ever occur to you? What
Never. Never. In fact, yesterday we were thrown a data by McKinsey. We've just done a research that even in Calcutta, out of the total Momo sold in Calcutta, I have 120 outlets in Calcutta, guys. In Calcutta, out of 120 outlets only in Calcutta, I have 625 outlets across the country. Only in Calcutta, I am reached only 67% of my market. There are 33% of people who are not buying from me. So I think India is a country within a country within a country. I think so. It's India, it's international India, and the biggest meat in India is Bharat. Right? Domino's is there today, 1,600 outlets in 400 cities. We are there with 625 outlets only in 35 cities. I still have, so many cities to cover. So that's the and by the time we reach 150 cities, India's another 200 cities will become towns. जो रास्ते शहर को जा रहे हैं वो गांव वापस आ रहे हैं. That's a very, very true story.
I think, thank you, Murali. I have had a lovely time chatting up with you, and I'm sure the students also had a very nice time.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
The best part about this conversation was whatever you were saying was coming out from your heart. And that's like a foodie. Yeah, who is this?
We are stopping 99 from next month.
Yeah. So loved your candor, humor, and the way you have addressed all our questions with all the best sporting conversation ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to you, Jiddu.
I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our guest speaker in enabling us recognizing the various intricacies of how to start, run, and grow a startup. The audience will undoubtedly have gained a lot of food of thought by this point and will be a little bit more informed
and hungry.
The session has been incredibly thought-provoking and is predicted to do so for everyone. Thank you everyone for joining us today. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Rituparna ma'am to present a token of gratitude to sir.
So wait, let me open this.